Good evening. Good evening. Listen, I thought I was going to get off the road and get some good news that Fred McNair has been hired. Hey, Jay. Yeah, I mean, listen. Here's how I feel about the situation. Fred, you got to fight. You got to fight. Fight for your job. That's your job. Don't just give up, because this is not, unless Texas Southern low-key agrees with it, which I don't know. I've talked to some alums and they want Fred McNair. Others just want somebody to be hired. We were here earlier this morning and I was hoping that we would have some good news. Yeah, you gotta stop. You gotta let the Mississippi out in you. Like, let them know, like, no, we're not going for that. We need some Boosie or something. Set it off. Set it off. Like, there's not enough people mad. Do a poll, McNair or Andre Johnson. Okay, cool. Let's do a poll on that, because maybe folks do want, listen. Maybe folks do want Andre Johnson with no actual experience. I don't know. If it's me and I'm Fred, that job is mine. Mine for the taking. Yeah, I would fight for this. You earned it. You earned that 313,000, and I feel like that's your job. Now, maybe I need to go through, we need to go through basically what the Texas Board of Regents is. Texas Southern Board of Regents, like what is that exactly? What powers do they have? What is their job description? I want to go through that because I want to know like how are you guys weighing in on this? Like what is exactly is it that you guys are supposed to be doing? Maybe they, I mean, let's look at the policies. I mean, I don't know. Some of some of this stuff, it seems like it would be a conflict of interest to me. So maybe there's something else going on. So I haven't had a chance to just like go through everything to see if maybe there's some type of clause or if there's can be some sort of claim that's made that would uh, get rid of the board members that are taking upon themselves to basically hijack this position. All right. So this says all members of the board and the employees of the university, blah, 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 and shall avoid conflicts of interest, generally described as the use of one's university employment or position to obtain unauthorized privileges, benefits, or things of value for oneself or others, including, let's see if we can find something in here because this, you know, I plan on being a lawyer, but I'm just saying this little conflict of interest could be brought up. And the reason why I say that is because they're pushing real, real hard for Andre Johnson, who does not have that much. Like, why are you guys pushing so hard for him? What are you getting out of Andre Johnson being appointed? So you just have to just start looking around. You got to start fishing for things. When I say fish for things, I'm looking for, it says no board member or employee shall solicit, engage, or agree to accept any privilege, benefit, or things of value for the exercise of his or her discretion, influence, or power as an employee or regent, except as is allowed by law. So basically, you could say that these two board members have something outside of just wanting Andre Johnson to be the coach. What is it that you're gaining from this? What are you guys gaining from holding out on the AD's position? Because you're utilizing your influence, you're utilizing your power to basically hijack this coaching position. That's what I see. Now, the only thing that I see is they're using undue influence. And you know what? I'm going to have to look at this a little bit heavier. I'm going to have to go in and actually read some more things. But basically, you're utilizing your influence because you want Andre Johnson to be the head football coach. And the AD made this their recommendation. And the other board members have voted to affirm what the AD is saying. Let's go ahead and look at the board members. Let's go ahead and look at them. I mean, right now, it's sort of like, okay, so why is it that we keep on having this situation where these same two people are holding out? What are you guys getting in exchange for holding out and not accepting why are you guys utilizing your influence to keep the AD from doing his job? And you guys are not even in sports. One is a secretary. Allegedly, the two people that are holding out is Honorable Marilyn A. Rose and Honorable Richard A. Johnson. And if you read their bios, none of it has anything to do with being in football. It has absolutely nothing to do with football at all. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't want Texas Southern to win. She has her bachelor's degree from Prairie View. So maybe she don't want y'all to win. Richard Johnson, because it's December 28th and early signing day came and went. National signing day is right there. Once again, this is somebody else who has absolutely no he played for the All Army basketball team. His term, he was recently appointed this year. So his term doesn't end until February 2029. But he has no background in football. And it's weird to see Andre Johnson, he's not even in the Hall of Fame right now. I think they mentioned him being a part of or possibly getting into the Hall of Fame, but he's not even a Hall of Famer. And on top of that, Texas is not the only place that you need to recruit. Yes, you need to be able to recruit Dallas and Houston. It appears that folks are already committing without any coach being at the helm. They have Texas Southern had a recruit from Dallas, Texas, and from Houston, Texas. So can we please stop acting like the fact that you guys want someone who can recruit from Texas, that's your excuse, especially when Fred McNair has been able to recruit several recruits from Texas to Alcorn. And when the grand scheme of things, Alcorn literally is just the university by itself with nothing else. And he's able to get recruits to come to Alcorn from Texas. So let's not act like that's a reason for why you want to be able to recruit nationally. I mean, Andre, and then I'm not trying to be funny. Maybe somebody can school me, but in the grand scheme of things, Andre Johnson on a national level is not like, ooh, I want to go play for Andre Johnson. No. He's not that type of celebrity. So when I was thinking about this, what I was thinking is that the legislature, the governor possibly do not want for Fred McNair to be the head coach at Texas Southern because of the possibility that he could take some of those recruits. You have to think about this now. Think about it with a bigger picture. If I am the governor, or if I'm Texas A&M, or if I'm UT Austin, or any of the other white universities who get a lot of recruits going, TCU, do I really want for a Fred McNair to be hired that knows how to coach? What's going on at FAMU? It's time to talk about FAMU now. What are they talking about? Why are we talking about FAMU? What happened with them? Lord, somebody made a phone call on Willie after he took them Florida State recruits and told him to move on. Anyway, let me finish. Oh, I have something really funny to share. And I think it's funny because, once again, boy, when I tell you, I think folks just be wanting to be mad and say something just to say something, because you never hear the smoke for these people when they do this. I swear to God, you never hear folks being like, why are you sharing that misinformation? You never hear it. And I'm interested to find out why. Why do we never hear it at all? So this is what I have a problem with. I'm going to just call folks out. Oh my God, Whitley. Y'all, I just got off the road. I don't even know how to check the group chat. I'm so frazzled. Listen. Okay, let me share this. Lord, is there some other tea I need to be dropping? Okay, I'm going to check it in a minute, Whitley. Braxton has my phone. According to reports, Fred McNair is officially head football coach at Texas Southern. Now, this is the Mike Prince show. Mind you, this is the same person who said that
I actually have my Nintendo Switch and her phone and the TV. And she has a computer.
Lord. He's the one that said Ashley Robinson was basically already crystal ball to Prairie View. He made like the biggest statement. It wasn't just allegedly either. There was no allegedly behind that statement. This is why I cannot take folks who complain about HBCU podcasters and they need to wait for an official announcement. That's why I can't take y'all seriously, because nobody said anything. They just didn't say anything. According to reports, Fred McNair is officially head football coach at Texas Southern. According to whose reports? Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from? And why are you able to say it so boldly with no allegedly attached? No allegedly, no nothing. Just okay, so I'm going to read this note. And I commend Dr. Granger for being so, forward thinking and professional in everything that he's doing. The hiring of a head football coach is a strategic decision that cannot be taken lightly. The Board of Regents and I engaged in positive discussions over the holidays. I'm excited about our new leadership's bold strategic direction for Texas Southern University. I will be taking a few additional days to consider candidates for the coaching vacancy, and will work closely with interim president Dr. Mary Evans Sias and the board to announce a hiring decision shortly. An interim president and the Board of Regents should not be responsible for making this type of decision. That's a 4-year term. So the contract that's supposed to be signed, it's for 4 years. An interim president can't tell me nothing. I'm the AD. This is who I want, and this is what it is. How do you, for the third time in a row, table who you have as the football coach? Y'all need to fight back. Y'all got to fight back. I ain't breaking that breaking news. Listen. I wouldn't. Okay, so Dr. D is messy. Dr. D is very messy. Listen, I just got blocked by one of the FAMU coaches the other day. So I'm walking on eggshells with them because, they just been acting up these last couple of days. So I don't know if I should even talk about that, allegedly. Somebody call Mr. Campbell to the stage. I need to ask him about the alleged. I wouldn't be surprised though. Willie went and took 3 FSU players. They said, Can Willie Simmons be out? Willie Simmons got an offer from Duke. Ooh, looks like Willie Simmons on his way out. Ooh. Oh. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? I wasn't doing nothing but minding my damn business. I need to be changing this live to something else. Where is Mr. Ford, Mr. Year of the Rattler? It looked like they told a family. See, Listen, what happened is Coach Willie Simmons did a Deion Sanders with those Florida State players. I mean, it was a prime move, and when I say prime move, I mean you shaking the table. You can't take 3 FSU players in a course of 24 to 48 hours and not get a phone call and say, get that Negro out of there. Allegedly. See, this is what I'm saying. Folks really need to have their head on the swivel for the SWAC as a whole, because the SWAC is one of the most stable, strongest conferences, outside of the fact that we don't have the millions and millions of dollars that Power Fives have. The SWAC is the strongest conference in the FCS. And when you start shaking too many tables, they try to destabilize it. I don't know. Folks is over here chit-chatting on Twitter saying that Duke, once again, just like Brother Bakari said, Duke is not a good program. Like, what? No. Folks, like they said, just give them an FBS, give them an FBS job just to give them one. Why? For what? I haven't heard anything like that. Somebody get Mr. Campbell on the line. Duke is a basketball school. Right. That's dumb. I read an article that named 3 coaches and Willie's name was on that list. Oh, y'all folks is being messy. Man, he better stay right where he at. Because we need to be FAMU alums on the phone trying to get our money together for. Okay, so we supposed to be talking about Texas Southern, but it is what it is. I'm gonna switch gears here a little bit. Cause what is Mr. Campbell talking? Let me see my phone, Braxton. What is Mr. Campbell talking about? What's going on? Y'all was over here. Now, when I was being messy, y'all was getting mad and cussing me out and stuff. Being real ugly. Let me get Mr. Campbell on the line. We need some answers. Here, let me see my phone. I mean, Duke is a terrible school. I would never want to go there. For football. Like, come on. The other FBS school is already taken. They gave the other FBS school that's not a good school to give to anybody. That was what is that? Colorado? Where's Dr. D at? Right, Whitley. They done had all this time to get the money together. Where is Dr. D? We supposed to be talking about Fred McNair. I'm requesting my HBCU uncle to step to the plate. Girl is going on. See, he been letting that snake hang a little bit too low, and it's been getting in Florida State's business, and now they want him gone, just like Prime. Too busy letting that snake hang. Now look at y'all. Been letting the snake hang. Letting it hang a little bit too low. Where's Mr. Ford at and the year of the rattler? Where's
the year of the rattler?
What year is it, baby?
It's the year of the rattler.
Oh, God. Lord. Not the year of the rattler. They said, Willie Simmons done took 3 FSU recruits in less than 48 hours. We need that Negro gone now. They don't want Fred McNair in Texas because he's going to take recruits away from TCU, Texas A&M, UT Austin. Now they don't want Willie over here at FAMU because he is going to take recruits from Florida State, Florida. Yeah, them folks are scrambling. Shambles. Come here, baby. Tell me what year it is, baby.
It's the year of the rattler.
Okay, so while I'm over here having my baby say that, I want you guys to know that I do not want for Willie Simmons to leave FAMU. So if I'm laughing, it's in jest. I do not want for Willie Simmons to leave FAMU. But based off of how these folks allegedly, I do not want him to leave FAMU at all. Okay? I don't. I wouldn't wish that on anybody just because I already know what the play is, and the whole elevate and terminate and that dumbass message that was disseminated through HBCU realm. I don't. I don't. Here, I'm gonna play it for y'all so y'all know what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I don't want y'all to ever think that I feel like that's what it is, because it's not. It's not. Shout out to Miss Donna.
It is what it is. Either in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated. Ain't no other way. You either elevated or terminated.
I mean, Fred McNair
There
took.
ain't no graveyard for coaches where they die at the place. It don't work like that. They either gonna run you off or you gonna walk off upon your own recognizance. I've chosen to accept the job elsewhere next year. It is what it is. Either in coaching.
It was absolute buffoonery, coonery. It was just to the highest, the only thing he elevated in was prejudice, racism, and elevation of how high he's in the mountains. So maybe I need to like, no, nigga, that don't sound, excuse my language, but that don't sound right. Yo, I'm finna.
It's the year of the rattler.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So now I'm getting ready to change, because you know what? I'm like the news. I'm like the news folks. That's how I am. Like the news folks, what happens is you get some breaking news, you have one title. And then you just switch it up. That's what you do. So I done changed it. Hey, brother Bakari.
What's up, Timona? What's up, Chad? Look, I don't know where people get these information from. You can go on GoDuke.com. Manny Diaz has been announced as the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils' next head coach. Man, why do people come up with this stuff? I thought I heard them say that. I thought I heard them say that the other day because Duke made a bowl game, and I heard them say it on TV. What a good job Manny Diaz is going to do. I don't know why I forgot that. And now they got me searching this. If you go on GoDuke.com, Manny Diaz,
according to the Duke, is going to be the offensive coordinator.
I'm just telling you what this says. It does not say offensive coordinator. And this is on Duke team. Manny Diaz as the next head coach of the football program.
How do you know they didn't offer him a position? Is that what you're saying? They're offering
I'm saying they may have offered him a position coaching job. What I'm saying is the head coaching job has been announced for Manny Diaz.
Isn't that a lateral move? Why would he take a job? Why would he take a job?
You know why people want him to take it? Want me to tell you why people want him to take it?
No, I don't think anybody from HBCU, and then a running back's job. Why would he want to be a running back coach? Well,
When you're a head
Mr.
coach.
Campbell, come in here and clear out the message. Then clear it out. Then
That's absolutely. That would be crazy. I'm gonna go. I just wanted to tell you that he has not been offered the head coaching position. They gave it to the white Mexican named Manny Diaz, and he would be absolutely out of his mind to leave a head coaching position.
Okay, so I don't have
go be a running back coach.
I don't have the new contract. I can only go based off of the old contract, which they said that there wasn't any salary changes, but I'm sure that they have some type of salary change. So when I looked at that contract that he signed back in 2018, it said that he made $200,000 from the state, or the state is paying that amount. $100,000 is coming from like alumni or something like that, and then they have the incentives. Now, allegedly, the contract is structured differently when he re-signed in 2021 up until 2025. Allegedly, it's structured differently. Now, the Rattler website, the one that's responsible for writing like think pieces about FAMU, they said that there was no salary changes. But then when I start talking about how did he make $135,000 in bonuses, all of a sudden there's a new contract with different things on there. So my thing is this: head coach, running back, special teams. Why? Okay. Am I tripping? Did Willie Simmons have that good of a running back this year that would warrant him to go to do, like, I don't know. Like I said, I wish Brother Bakari would have stayed on for a little bit longer, because that's an insult to me. Why would you go from controlling everything in your whole entire program down to who your assistant is, to having to answer to somebody else, and you're not making that much money? Vincent was going to be fired anyway. Like Valley, I think he probably had a worse record than Coach McKinney. Coach McKinney, I think, had 13 wins. I think Valley had worse. So he was on his way out. That's number one. Number two, the money that he was getting paid for by Valley probably was less or right about the same to do whatever he's doing. He's making the same amount. Brother Bakari.
What's up?
Can you explain, rehash the reason why they would offer him this type of position, or what it is that they're trying to do? What are they doing that for anyway? Like,
well, you know, for them, if you understand mindset, that's good. We would take their best and have him accept a position under somebody who has been a failure head coach everywhere he ever been, and he should be glad to take it because he's next to us. That's their mindset. I'm just being honest. That's really how people see us. I hope Willie is smart enough not to take it. And I hope FAMU can figure out a way, their alum and whatever, can figure out a way to come up with a way to get Willie $750. And I'm hoping all HBCUs, D1 HBCUs, able to do this, figure out a way to get these coaches that succeed $750 to $1 million, and get those coordinators 200, you know, 300. That's what I'm hoping for, because the difference in like what Florida State coach would make and Willie Simmons would make it's what it would be. I guess they have donors, because each state have a cap on what a state employee could make. And if it's a
Right.
public school, it's a state employee. But that would be absolutely asinine. You know, it's just like you on a job. You're listen to some older black folks. If you on a job, don't care what they know. You 50 years old, and they'll put a 20-year-old white boy over you and tell him he's your supervisor, and have you reporting to somebody like that. No. So Willie, Willie, one of
They
my
said
homeboys
that
actually
Duke
grew up
is.
with
They
Willie.
said that Duke is fairly wealthy, so they can give him 500,000. I mean,
Okay, and that's good. And that's good. But a head coaching position for a head coaching position for a running back position, that's crazy. Now I'm gonna say that I have a homeboy, one of my homeboys, and I be talking about FAMU. I say my friends from FAMU. He actually grew up with Willie and lived in Quincy and went to high school with Willie. He said he don't think Willie would leave for. He said he don't even think Willie would leave just from how well he know Willie. He don't even think Willie would leave for maybe a head coaching position at Duke. From what he said, but he say something like this. He knows, and I'm just going on what he say because they do know each other. He was like, "Dude, Will ain't going nowhere. Not for that."
okay,
He said, "Will
so
ain't."
do you think that they're going to be applying pressure based off the 3 FSU players that he was able to get in less than 48 hours?
Of course, that's what they're gonna do. I'm gonna say this again. Florida State is trying to go to the SEC. I'm gonna repeat this. The SEC commissioner stood in front of Congress when they was talking about revamping NIL deals. And the Congress said they have to figure out a way to help the HBCUs. SEC commissioner said per coaches, they do not want one black Division I school. Should no black schools should be, no HBCU should be Division I. So of course they're gonna try to take Willie. But what I ask people all the time, if we're gonna build ourselves up and we're gonna do what we're supposed to do, and trust me, they're gonna come at TC in a couple years too. But I look every black man in the eye. What are you willing to sacrifice to make sure we get better? If you ain't willing to sacrifice nothing, we gonna just go. It's just a carousel, and you just keep going around and round and round. Don't nothing ever change. You got to be man enough to say, I'm gonna sacrifice that little money you offer me because over here it's better. It's not more money here, but it's
So
better.
do you think that also, because I had to look at this a different way, okay? Because Andre Johnson is not that celebrity of a coach. He just isn't. His impact, it's not that big. So I'm looking at it as a perspective of maybe Fred McNair at Alcorn, he was able to get some recruits from Texas, right? Fred McNair in Texas, in Houston, he would be drawing some of the recruits from UT Austin, TCU, where else? Just from these Texas A&Ms. So basically, whether they're transfers or not, Fred McNair would be, I feel like Fred McNair would be able to recruit those types of students to come to Texas Southern. So I feel like there's U of H. So I feel like this might not be just 2 board members that are holding out. It might be way bigger than that. It might be over their head, meaning they're using them as scapegoats because you can't have white board members or board of regents. You can't have those white members saying no for Fred McNair. You know, folks will act the donkey. So do you think that maybe it's a power play? Like, nah, you're not bringing him over here.
Of course.
They need to know, Texas Southern needs to know their place. I feel like
it's a power play.
with Fred McNair, when we talk about impact and we talk about students, athletes, recruitment, SWAC championship, and you know his resume, folks will be like, you know, that's Fred McNair. Parents, grandparents, that's Fred McNair over there. Blah 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 blah. That's Steve McNair's brother. He won 6 SWAC East championships. Like, I feel like his impact and his ability to recruit in Texas is big enough to where they want someone that they can control. That's the only thing that I can think of, is that if Fred can get recruits to go to Alcorn, where there is, not that much, when we talk about, you're selling the culture, you're selling the brand of Alcorn. But if you're now in Houston, come over here and get some of this culture, and you still gonna be in the city. I feel like
you're absolutely,
it might be a power play, and it's higher up than just these two people who keep holding out.
of course it's a power play. And let me learn you something right quick. I'm a little bit older, right? I'm gonna show you something, right? When you see these players that's leaving these so-called Power 5 schools and going down, and especially they're going to a PBI, which we call formerly HBCU, and they're going to play at a black college, that bothers them. The reason it bothers them, when so many black players was going from HBCUs to the NFL, and we had good teams and we had great players, just look at the Hall of Fame. So what they started to do, right? They would just over recruit. They would go out and get players just to keep them from going to an HBCU. They weren't concerned about them being developed. They weren't concerned about them doing, they weren't concerned about them doing anything. They just didn't want black people to have nothing. So when black college football, SWAC football, and everything started going down, it was going down because of the players that we were getting. And I'm not knocking no young man that went to those schools to play football. But what I'm saying is we used to get at one time we was getting the best because we couldn't go into their schools, right? So then we went from getting the best to the second best. Then you go from getting the second best to the third best. So then you go from the third best to, you got some players on your team, basically. And and they were doing it intentionally. And we were falling for it because of what we teach at home. Because we don't teach to be proud of who you are. This is where you should go. This is what, and I'm saying we as a whole, right? So they could easily come and get those 2 stars or those 3 stars, what they call them today. They get the star ratings that would go into an HBCU back in the day. So now we can come get them, and it's so much better just riding white people bench. If you don't believe me, ask Savion Wilkerson. Ask all those people that left Jackson State and went and sat over there at Colorado. It's just so much. As long as I can sit on their bench, as long as sitting on their bench, think about that. Sitting on their bench is better than playing. So what do you get is playing at an HBCU? What do they get that mindset? So then Dion come in, he get up there and give a speech. People laughed, didn't think it was gonna work. Dion was able to get, you showed this, but Dion was able to get, the donors, whatever, they coming in 1.5, whatever, right? So what they did was Dion, when they saw Dion do something, we got to get him from down here. But they sent him way out in Serbia, freezing cold. The worst school. That's what they did, and that's what they normally do to black coaches, right? So then they tell them, you got this much money, $5 million a year. But lo and behold, the athletic director come out, we don't even have enough money to pay him that. So everything he was doing, all those entertainers and everything coming there, that's him inviting, because in order for him to get his money, he did extra work. All that extra work he did to get his money from Colorado, he could have did the same thing at Jackson State and did that from black folks. But it's better out there. What they say, they got good cold spring water. So now they're going to come at Willie. They're going to come at TC. They're going to see, I agree with you about Fred. And any coach, when we start to have success and they starting to see, like Mr. Ford said one time, this is a renaissance right now for HBCUs. When they starting to see the glory days are starting to come back. The glory days are starting to come back. They don't want you to have no glory because the SEC lead the way for these so-called Power Fives. And when the SEC stand up and say there shouldn't be one black college, there should be a Division I, all them white, they're going to all get in line with them because that's who lead the way. And our people go out there and our youth go out there and play and make these people all of this money. And you struggling to get an NIL deal while the NCAA still making money off you. And guess what? Them colleges still ain't got to give you nothing. You running around out there, and if you ain't good enough, they'll prop up the ones that getting big money. But then what about the ones that just might get $1,500? Don't nobody talk about them. I'm just saying, it's all a scheme by these. It's all a scam by these people, because what they're doing is they created a situation here a long time ago where they wanted a certain group of people at the bottom, us, and a certain group of people at the top.
It's the year of what, baby?
It's the year of the rattler.
Obviously not.
So that's what, and they are going to continue to do it, and they are going to continue to do it until our people realize, you know what, it ain't best to, because I'm going to tell you, there's no way, no MAC school, no Sunbelt school should be better than SWAC and MEAC. They shouldn't. But a lot of our youth today would rather go, oh, it's FBS. That's why when we get ready to play them, I say, man, don't even use those letters. Those letters going to be intimidating some people. Because we should go into ULM next year and beat them by 2 or 3 touchdowns. Don't worry about it being FBS. It's just another school that you're getting ready to play. Right. None of those MAC schools, MAC, Sunbelt, Conference USA, they should not be better than all the schools in the SWAC and the MEAC. But our people, we still tell them it's best if you go here. Think about it, 2.3 million black people in college, only 225,000 go to an HBCU. It's what's being taught at home, and we bought into a dream that they call the American dream. But if we honest and we look in the mirror, we have been dealt the American nightmare. And I'm not talking about one person having a success, and I ain't talking about can't nobody have a successful business. But us as a group of people, and who we are and where we go, it's American nightmare. Like, look, you see how they talk about Jackson with that black mayor. Oh, they can't run that city. Well, why they don't never say that about that white governor that Mississippi have? Look how Mississippi is run by all those white governors they are. They never say, oh, them white people don't know how to run nothing. They would never say that. Even our people don't say it. They'll just look and talk about, oh, Mississippi is so bad. Yeah, but they got all them white governors and lieutenant governors in there. But if it's over black people, see, black people don't know how to run nothing. We're going to have to change that mind. We're going to have to change our children's mindset by changing our mind.
I mean, I don't know. It just came out of nowhere. Did you see how this offer just came out of nowhere? Just out of nowhere. Hey, you want to come be my running backs coach? I like what you're doing down there at FAMU. You know, you won the Celebration Bowl, won SWAC championship, won SWAC East division. You want to come be a head? Do you want to not be a head coach? You know, you can work your way up there. You want to come be the running backs coach? Like, what? No. Oh my God. And it's not even at a football school. If it was at let me see if it was like a Ohio State or where else, Louisville or something like that, maybe, right? But Duke, these folks playing in black folks' face. Why not a assistant head coach? This was one of those get that black man out of there. He's taken too many of the Power 5 recruits. Well, he will make way more money over there. FAMU needs to match his offer. I think they said as a running back coach, I think, let's see, how much does a running back coach get paid? Y'all got me over here I haven't heard this. Where did this offer come from? Like, where did that come from? I want to know where that came from. I don't see anything on there. Oh, well, they do got some areas where they need to fill. 650K. They trying to Cadillac Williams, Willie. 650K. Okay, how can we come up with 650K?
I'm gonna be honest with you. We shouldn't have to. If a black man willing to take a down running back coaching job and leave his head coaching job, let his ass go. Pardon my friend. Man, black folks got to be willing to turn something down. See, when I hear black folks dancing for this money, sometimes I look in the sky and I talk to my dad. I said, why the hell did you turn down this money for these people? They ain't won't do the same thing. Then I look in the mirror and talk to myself. Why did you turn down this money for these people? They won't do the same for you. If black folks ain't willing to sacrifice, I don't want to hear nothing about we don't have no resources. I don't want to hear nothing about what they owe us. I don't want to hear nothing about no damn reparations. I don't want to hear nothing about that. If you willing to take a little extra money to give up being where you in charge to go be a damn running back coach, I don't even want to be around folks like that. That's just me. I ain't telling nobody to be like me, but I'm telling you, that's absolute, to me, that's absolutely weak. And if you ain't in a position, and if you can't turn down some of their trinkets, because once again, we must understand trinkets got us in this position. If you ain't willing to turn down a trinket, at least stand up and get what you worth. Don't be no, if you want to go, don't leave no head coaching job to be no damn running back coach. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, see, I don't care. I'm just being, that's me. It ain't been offered to me, but I have had money offered to me to move me out of places. And I'm like, I can't do it. They want me to be quiet. They want me out the way because I'm this way all the time. I can't do it. I'm just being honest. I can't do it. That's me. Maybe other people can. And I'm happy for them if they can, but I just don't want to be around those type of people. If you ain't willing to sacrifice for your people, and if you ain't willing to sacrifice to make something better, we just need to shut the hell up talking about we need this and we need that when we willing to give our best away because or our best is willing to leave for a couple of extra dollars.
I mean, well, when I pulled up his contract that they said was not his contract, I mean, I think that the FAMU faithful can come up with an extra $150,000 a year. I think that they can come up with that. That's not hard for the highest of Seven Hills to come up with that.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should not be hard to come up.
Now they can come up with that. And you know, as far as like entering the bells and whistles, I guess when I look at the structuring of Coach Prime's contract, he can also do, well, they already have it structured. Like if you win, he can add in some more, like if you win, have an undefeated season, you get an extra this amount. Or if you get about this, you get this amount. I just feel like you don't want to get into situations. So here's a prime example of someone who did that. Sean Lewis, right? The offensive coordinator for Colorado. He didn't even make it the full amount of games, and coach demoted him.
And he got a head. Look, and he got a head coaching job right after that. That's why I kind of find. I think you was reading coordinators' salary because the coordinators, that's what they normally make, $750, $850. A position coach in college don't normally make that, but maybe they did. but that's kind of high for a position coaching. But it might be.
Let me see my phone, baby. Well, okay. So you're saying that it might be 500,000. See, for me, I feel like Duke is the kind where it's kind of like, every person has a price, right? That's what they were saying about black people. Everybody has a price.
It's the year of the rattler.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is Willie Simmons' price? And running back coach is kind of like, you can do better than that. If you're gonna come after me, you can do way better than that. But I feel like the Rattlers can definitely pull together some other strings and restructure his contract, which, that can happen. But anyway, if Coach Simmons leaves, does Fred McNair go to FAMU? Or is Fred McNair not Florida football? Who do they go after? Chad Ochocinco? Brother Bakari? Who was the head coach that went to USC as a linebacker coach?
I don't know. I wish they would go after. I don't know. They would probably. I forgot. I can't even talk about Fred right now. I feel so bad for him. But
well, I mean, that's why I got on here is because I really wanted to talk about how they doing him again. But that's why I said what I said when I said that maybe there's some sort of like above the pay grade of the two people that keep holding out. Maybe there's something else going on that we're not privy to, because when I looked at their bylaws and stuff like that, it's kind of like, you guys what is your reasoning for utilizing your power? I felt like they over here strong arming the position, and that's kind of like utilizing your power. What did you promise to these folks that what did you promise to them that would make them say, okay, let's do this? Like what was promised?
some cornbread. They didn't have to promise them much. They didn't have to promise them much. And I'm saying that, but literally, they probably didn't have to promise them that much. What did you promise them? Oh shit, we just told them this might happen for them and that might happen for them. I don't know. To me, it's just crazy, and I see we have these folks that still willing to, sell you out, I guess. And I always ask, like, have you ever been in a position where people offered you something that just sound too good to be true? You know what I'm saying? So then at that moment, what are you willing to do? I don't know. I know what I'm willing, but I don't know. And I don't want to judge them. Like I said, I just don't want to be right. Ain't no telling what they promising them. We're going to promise you this position. I've been promised certain positions. I've been promised you can be on the city council and you don't even have to run. We're going to make sure you own it. I didn't even live in the city limits. We're going to give you this 6-bedroom brick house on an acre of land. You don't have to pay no rent, no mortgage for 3 years. It's just yours. And we guaranteeing you $300,000 worth of contracts. You ain't even got to come to do the work every month. This is what you need to do. I just couldn't do that. I just couldn't do that. Just stop coming into these meetings and getting black people riled up around here. I just couldn't do that. I don't know. That's me. Everybody ain't built for the struggle. Not that you want to struggle, but everybody ain't built for it. Ain't no telling what they're offering.
These in this chat being petty, talking about Fred McNair becomes the AD at Alcorn, and then his first order of business is to fire said Thomas and make himself interim head. See, and then he gets to determine what pay he wants. Listen, if I'm Fred McNair, I definitely want 313,000 versus 175. They were paying him under 200,000 allegedly. Right?
Yep, like a valley coach. Yeah.
I kind of feel like they want to destabilize the SWAC because, from the grand scheme of things, like the SWAC has very little movement. Our institutions have been here for decades, and so I feel like the SWAC is very strong. Not in the sense we could, of course, increase our financial revenue, but we all know what that's about. But I feel like destabilizing the SWAC is probably what they were trying to do when they bought Prime here. Because one of Prime's objectives was to take Jackson State to the FBS level. And once he saw we weren't trying to do that, it's, oh, they're not forward thinking. Like, who is getting ready to go to the FBS for a coach who lost two of his toes, was in the hospital for the majority of the first season, and already got folks whispering about you trying to leave in the first season? Like, why would we move to the FBS? I don't know. I feel like when people say move to the FBS, I'd be like, why? So we can be like ULM? Or like when I think of HBCUs moving to the FBS, I think of us moving to become a ULM, which by all accounts, who wants to be a ULM? It's
I'm
not.
gonna be honest with you. We would be way better than ULM. Because the one thing, see, then you'll be talking about FBS and some. So now it'll be more of those black students that want to go to an HBCU. Because we going to an FBS. No, that's why they don't want. That's why I'm going to say again. That's why the SEC commissioner will say loud. They don't think no black school should be Division I. They understand what the threat is. But if we go FBS, we need our own FBS conference. Don't go to no Sunbelt, no Conference USA. Don't go to none of that. We need our own FBS conference.
You wasn't gonna get invited, no way. Them white folks, even at the FCS level, when Hampton and North Carolina A&T, when they joined their new conference, you had folks not even waiting a week to say these new schools don't align with where we want to go. Like it's like begging for the approval of, and that's another reason why they reduced that whole attendance jig. They took that off because a lot of the predominantly white institutions, a lot of them don't meet those requirements that are needed for attendance, and then they just up the ante. Oh, it's $5 million to move up. Oh, you have to do scholarships like this. It's kind of the same thing with segregation. So with segregation, it's illegal, but if it's de facto segregation, meaning that that's just the way the neighborhood is set up, that's just how people live, then it's not illegal. So that's kind of the same thing they did with raising the prices on how to get to the FBS. Like, oh, you guys can't afford it. So they discriminate, and they discriminate against black schools or black people, but they just change the way that they do it. And by changing the way that they do it, it's not necessarily illegal anymore.
Yeah, and yeah, of course they're gonna continue to do things. That's why when you said what you said last night, and I came back and said I was wrong, I didn't understand what you were saying when you was talking about that tournament, right?
Oh, the basketball tournament, right?
Yeah, that's why they're changing the basketball tournament. Black people, I want y'all to understand. We have been a threat. We have been a threat. This country wouldn't have been nothing. I'm just saying, we have been a threat. They don't want us to They don't want us to know. They don't want us to understand that we can't. They don't want us to know that we can't do anything without them. But in actuality, it's the other way around. You don't care what it is you're talking about. Every time you take an inoculation, you think once was an African slave who created that and showed them they've been doing that forever here. When they were dying from what was it, the smallpox, whatever it was. But every time you think of something, we did it. We made them rich, and now we make them richer by running to their schools. Our schools ain't getting. Yeah, they're gonna try to block us off TV. They would want to block us off TV, but I'm gonna tell you something. We want our schools to get better. I hear people talking about they went to see the movie Color Purple. That was Oprah Winfrey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell her to start dropping some of that money to HBCUs. Tell all them black billionaires who black people brag on and call black excellence. I don't, because they got money, but that's me. But the Jay-Z's of the world.
I think maybe they have a clause, or they're not allowed to. That's what I think.
Okay, so guess what? If they ain't allowed to help us, I ain't allowed to go to that movie and help them no more.
Right.
Eventually we got to make a stand. And sometimes you're gonna be making a stand against your own. So since you're not allowed to help me, I'm not allowed to buy nothing with your name on it. So you know what? Let's reach out to Carl Kanai. That might be a name, might be a little bit too old for you. You might not know who Carl Kanai is. But people my age remember Carl Kanai. And they're probably laughing right now. Don't nobody wear Carl Kanai clothes no more. Yes, they do. They blocked him out in the United States. But go look and see how big he is in Africa and how big he is in the UK right now. Let's start reaching out to some of our people. Let's reach out to the people that do rap snacks. We don't know what they will do and how they will help if we don't reach out and try to talk to them. I'm just saying, we don't know. But we gonna have to do something, because I'm tired of them. Every time we start doing something, they want to switch rules. Well, it's time for us to start doing our own thing. You can switch whatever rule you want to switch, and we got these people working with us. And when they start saying, you know, rap snack, we ain't gonna put you in the stores no more. Okay, y'all ain't gonna put rap snack in the stores.
I will say this, and I didn't know that it was that bad, but it is very bad, which is this. On top of having to fight the system and the supremacy, you have black folks who uphold it and are put into place to basically keep us in check. I didn't know it was that bad until I saw pictures of folks at Tate Reeves' party where he won the election, and the amount of people that you saw in there that were celebrating it. And they are Jackson State alums, or they're tied to Jackson State, or they're tied to the city of Jackson in some form or fashion. And it's like, what are you guys doing? The reason why we do not have our own water system, which he made sure that even though Belhaven is a private school, he made sure they got what they needed. That's where Tate Reeves, I think he graduated from there or something like that. But basically, like, we don't have our own water system. The feds already said that Jackson was the victim of environmental racism. And the governor and everybody in place is responsible for this environmental racism. And y'all are at this man's party. So the reason why Coach Prime is up here is because we're just looking at the way that Ashley Simmons is looking at him while he's over here. You know.
Say something.
Well,
it's the year of the rattler.
He's funny. Every time he said it, I laugh. Hey, but check this out, right? Did you watch Georgetown when Jackson State played Georgetown in men's basketball this year? Did you watch that game?
Oh yeah. I watched that. It came down to the last couple of minutes. They started calling fouls left and right.
Yes, of course. But this is what I want people. If you can, go back and watch and just listen. When they was talking about Mo Williams being the coach, they say Jackson State had Deion Sanders, Coach Prime. Now they got Mo Williams, who's doing a good job. What are they gonna do when he leaves? Me and my homeboy was like, wow, they just gave Mo Williams to somebody already. But that's what they think. And the thing is, they feel black people ain't gonna take care of them. All we got to do is give them a little bit. They gonna leave. That's all we got to do. But that's literally what they said during the broadcast, during the game. What are they gonna do when he leaves? Do they have a contingency? Do they have a backup plan for Mo Williams when he leaves? Who said he's leaving?
Who said that? The commentators?
The commentators who was calling the game. The broadcasters during the game.
I mean, it depends on where you want to be at. Do you want to make history?
But the point is, right?
Ashley Robinson.
Who said he was leaving? Now, what I'm saying is, who told those commentators Mo Williams was leaving? How do that come out their mouth so easy?
Because
what are they gonna do when he?
Because basically, what they're saying is, if he keeps up what he's doing, which was he upset Mizzou, upset who else did they upset? Who else did we upset?
Arkansas State.
Arkansas State. Arkansas State. Okay, so that's 2 Power 5 schools, right?
So Arkansas State is a group of 5. They considered a mid-major.
2 FBS. Okay, so we got 2 FBS out of nowhere. And then, well, I mean, all of the schools, Don Thornton, Tamika Reed, Mo Williams, they're all on there. Lord, there's so much stuff going on in these streets. I don't know what's what. But so Gentle Hunt entered to the transfer portal. So if we see any more FAMU folks entering the transfer portal, then maybe he really is leaving. I don't know. Why would Gentle Hunt enter the transfer portal?
He accepted the running back coach job.
You is lying.
I said maybe. But you know, this is the thing, right? And I don't be mad, like if Tamika Reed go, would I be mad with Tamika Reed? No, because she's gonna be good and she'll be a head coach, and I'm gonna still pull for Tamika Reed. But I would be highly perturbed if a man leave his head coaching position to go be a running back coach, especially under a coach you way better than. I'm just saying, Manny Diaz, he been a coach. He's already had 2. Well, he was at Miami for about 34 minutes. Then he was somewhere else for about 34 minutes. He get fired every time he goes somewhere, unless he's a D coordinator.
Maybe he was. I don't know. I feel like if he does leave, I feel like then he was forced to leave, because that's not a good move. You hear me?
Yeah.
It's not a good move. I mean, you know what? I was joking. Okay, I was joking with FAMU over the last couple. I always go back and forth with FAMU, but I never wanted Willie Simmons to leave. But I felt like I made this statement. I was joking in jest when I said it, but the reality of it is, when you start knocking on the doors of those Power 5 football teams and you start disrupting stuff, they're not going to allow you to do that. Somebody said that he's leaving, and I'm just like, why? But I will say this now, which I pulled it up a long time ago. When they were messing with me, I was like, y'all better worry about whether or not your head coach is leaving. Like, you worried about the wrong thing. Y'all need to be worried about whether or not your head coach is leaving. And the reason why I said that is because they already said, if he has last year they said, if Coach Willie Simmons has another good year, that the Power 5 will be looking to come and get him.
Did you say somebody said he's leaving? He took the job.
No, somebody said a sort. Listen, we need to take all these sources with a grain of salt, right? Right? Don't we? Because all of them have been wrong. right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I was listening to some guys the other day, and I heard a guy tonight, and I went to his channel because he said Willie Simmons, right? Gone. I ain't gonna say his name because I know I really don't like him either, but he do have some information at time. But you might have an idea who I'm talking about. But him and other coaches at one time on it, they were bragging. I don't get that. Coach, take that down, man. I was like, I don't get that. How can you be so happy? He was over there bragging tonight. He should take that job. He should take that job because it's gonna pay more.
You're talking about he's bragging about him leaving. So
Yeah,
when he does that stuff, like it's because he enjoys the dismantling of HBCUs. Like he sticks around because HBCUs are the only ones that are gonna listen to him. But in the reality scheme of things, like he gets off on dismantling of HBCUs, the instability of HBCUs. A couple 100,000 to be told what to do or to only focus on the running back when you actually have the whole like why?
Yep, it's crazy. I don't get it, but
See, I mean, I was and I was definitely joking with folks. In November and saying, okay, Coach Willie Simmons is going to leave and he's going to go this. But when I was saying it as a head coach, definitely not as a positions coach. I was saying it, but when I was saying it, I was like, he's winning and they said they were going to come after him. But I really feel like the push probably for him to leave would have been directly related to these Florida State transfers, if anything. Like, okay, go ahead and get him out of here. Dang, and what if Prime try to do a pull? I don't know. I don't like that. I just I don't know why. Like, there's so many. Somebody said that if Duke has back-to-back winning seasons, Willie will move up. Willie will move up to what?
Can you hear me?
Willie, yeah, I can hear you. What will Willie move up to?
Oh, okay. Huh?
It says that if Duke has back-to-back winning seasons, Willie will move up. Like, why would you take a running back position and then you're not responsible for how your team is built? You're not responsible for play calling. And you're going to place all of your eggs into if Duke wins back-to-back. Why don't you just stay at FAMU until they offer you a head coaching job?
Yep. If you want to leave, that's what you do. Stay till they offer you. Look at the crazy thing, right? Look at the crazy thing. When we were just talking about the other guy and how he bask in failures or whatever, if it seemed like an HBCU is failing, right? But now look what Willie has done at FAMU. Look what Willie has done at FAMU, right?
Right.
He get offered a running back coach's job. That dude that was up there in Serbia with Dion, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had a losing record at Kent State. They bragged on how good his offense was. He went to over there and got demoted in 35 minutes. But he got demoted, but I already got him a job making $1.7 million a year. You see, but Willie,
they was probably
successful,
doing that because they don't like Dion. So like a lot of folks benefited off of their dislike for Dion. So people who left the program, they were automatically hired in positions. The tight ends coach, he was automatically hired at Charlotte. what's that? A group of 5, right?
Yeah, but see, I'm gonna show you something. That ain't just disliking Dion. I'm talking about them offering him that job, and Willie can get offered a running back coach's job. These people are not caping. They are not caping out here. They ain't running. Let's go get one of these black and do a position. Long as black folks they need a position at those schools, they are not trying to do. Right now, they are trying to disrupt. They are trying to disrupt what HBCUs are doing. And the next one will be Trey Oliver. Watch. North Carolina good season. This one will be Trey Oliver. After Trey Oliver, if TC do what I think Jackson State finna do in the next couple of years with Jacobian and then what they got building and with their recruits, I'm telling you, the next one they gonna come after will be TC. Whenever we start having success, they gonna be offered a job, and it's not gonna ever be somewhere where you can win. It's not gonna be at a. Let me think of a school that you can. Excuse me. Let me think of somewhere where you can go and win.
Jacksonville
State. I'm talking about at a Power 5. I'm talking about at a Power 5. It would never be. It would never be somewhere where you can actually win at a Power 5. They won't give a black person a job at Mississippi State again. They won't ever do that. Because now Sylvester Croom, when he straightened it up, show you can win, and white people going to get all the glory like Dan Mullen did. They ain't going to give another black coach an opportunity there. They won't give one an opportunity at Texas A&M. But deeper than that, look what we are teaching our youth. Look how, when Alabama beat Texas, what did all those people in those stands, me say when Texas beat Alabama, what did all the fans in Alabama say to those players at Texas? N-words, won't you go back home to the projects where you belong? But black people still at Alabama playing saying, they ain't talking about me. They ain't talking about me. They talking about them. We have to stop teaching our people to accept disrespect. And that's just a fact.
Dr. D, you got the drop?
Well, let me say this. I can confirm that Coach Willie Simmons is probably wants to leave, but where he's going, I think that's in the air. So I don't want everybody's talking about Duke, but me personally, he's using this as leverage for the school. And also, I think that the Texas Southern Board of Regents put it on hold again because somebody there is probably to Coach Simmons. So money is not the issue. I think with the school is whether or not FAMU wants to do it.
Wait, what did you say about the Board of Regents?
Talking about for Texas Southern Board of Regents, right?
Right.
Texas University could be trying to make a call at the last minute to see if Coach Willie Simmons could come to TSU.
To Texas Southern?
I'm just saying once. Okay, hey, let me just say this: if you had the winningest coach right now, and the word on the street is he's out the door, and you try to put together a win team, would you make that call? Timona, would you make that call? And you don't have a coach in place right now. You Texas Southern, we make that call.
That $313,000 ain't gonna do nothing.
Oh no, it ain't 13. We know that the ball change is the movie change because of what he's done. Because it's almost like the Fred McNair thing, right? You another company offers you a contract opportunity worth this. You bring it to your current job, and you say, hey, match this offer, and then a third party comes in and say, hey, we want to get into the game. That's all this is. But you can't move until you got an offer table, which he does. He can get 5 or 6 offers from other schools. Okay, yeah. So thanks, Whitley. I appreciate that.
I mean, I feel. Wait, I'm gonna mute your mic real quick because you got an echo. Okay, so here we have basically a shakeup of the SWAC. We have all of this imbalance. And now all of a sudden you think, go ahead, Braxton.
It's the year of the rattler.
It ain't about to be the year of the rattler. The rattler is about to go back into the snake pit in a minute. Look, you're thinking that Texas, okay, no. I don't believe that. Let me unmute you so you can talk, because I can't even get that around my. No, stop.
Come on. It's more about we don't know what's going on exactly. We do see action, right? You see players now getting into the portal from FAMU, correct?
I only saw one. One. We saw Gentle Hunt.
There was have a conversation with his team. He have a Zoom call with his team and told him that he's going to be the coach. Okay, he did have a call.
Who had a call? Who had a call?
Simmons.
That he's going to be the coach at a running back coach?
He did where he was going. He just said that I'm not going to be the coach.
What?
He said that.
You are telling us, Dr. D.
I'm just telling you. I can't confirm he's leaving. All I confirm is saying that I'm not going to be your coach.
At FAMU?
Just not going to be your coach.
At FAMU?
If he's talking to his current place, that's assumed.
This is a damn matrix.
It's the matrix. It's playing. Yes, you got to understand his perspective. This is what I see. You got to remember the guy, Coach Willie Simmons. I think is a genius. Okay, like I told you, I spent at least an hour in his office talking to him. The guy is a genius. He's not dumb.
Allegedly.
He allegedly said this to his. Okay.
Allegedly, Coach Simmons told players that he is not going to be the coach at FAMU. Allegedly.
Now, if that hypothesis, or we say scenario, is true or allegedly true, then we could obtain offers from institutions. Correct? Those can be from Power, FCS schools, and other SWAC schools. And then you put all those offers together, and you go back to your current employer.
Dr. D, you always starting mess.
I'm not starting mess. I'm just saying what it is. It is. What?
Dr. D, this is terrible.
McNair did. McNair did it, right? Other coaches gonna be following what other coaches are doing. Dooley was doing it. McNair was doing
it. If Coach Willie Simmons was leveraging the rumors, which the rumors happened 2 or 3 weeks ago, then the folks should have been raising money then. But what I'll say is this: somebody said that you're AI. Are you a real person, Dr. D? Dr. D, are you artificial intelligence? No. Okay, but this is what I'm saying. If he was going to leverage, you don't tell players you're not going to be the coach. If you're leveraging.
Let me say, you can Google my name. I'm all newspapers. I'm all over Google. I'm real. So go ahead.
Baby, if this stuff has any truth to it, I'll be back live tomorrow morning.
Well, I want you to think about what has occurred. remember the AD that all of these coaches are saying that they want Power 5. Hello?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. So if a lot of these coaches are asking for Power money, okay, Dooley wanted money, McNair wanted money, and those people that had won a championship in a while, right? So now when you Celebration Bowl, you got leverage. Why not play everybody against each other? Get the maximum for your family. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it, but if he was leveraging, he wouldn't be announcing to players that he's not going to be their coach. This is not that. Leveraging is letting the rumors swirl, alumni ask questions, and they resolve something, and they raise the money, they restructure the contract. This is not that.
Let me say this.
Telling allegedly, you're saying.
Let me just say this. I was at a company, and I told the company people that I was working with, hey, I'm leaving. I'm going to X company, right? And that was factually, I'm leaving. But then when they found out I was leaving, the current company said no, I'm gonna make you an offer, you're gonna stay. And I came. They said, well, we thought you were leaving. Well, I was, but I'm back. Happens all the time.
Emmett, that doesn't mean that Dr. D's not a robot. It's still up in the air whether or not Dr. D is a robot, because I haven't met him, so he might still be a robot. That's still in the air.
There are people that have met me.
And you still might be a robot. That don't mean nothing. All right. So it's still up in the air whether or not Dr. D is a robot. But Dr. D, allegedly, there was a Zoom call, allegedly, and head coach Willie Simmons allegedly told players that he will allegedly no longer be the head coach at FAMU, which does not make sense if you're leveraging to get more money. Telling players,
no, that's not true. Fred McNair did the same thing.
No, he did not. He did not.
The rumors.
He absolutely did not. He said, I have not spoken to Texas Southern. When those
No. That doesn't mean that his camp didn't, agent didn't. He said that he hasn't. You see, it's people got to look at the play on words. If you ask Coach Willie Simmons right now, have you Coach Willie Simmons? No, I have not spoken.
So basically what you're saying is Coach Simmons allowed them to celebrate and do all this extra. He did all this recruiting, and then he hit them with the...
It is what it is.
Hey, let me say something right quick. Can you say something right quick?
Okay, wait. Let me pause this so you can say it. Go ahead.
Let me say this. I heard what Dr. D say. People do it all the time. What he told a job and told a job. No, but you don't go tell nobody you the recruiter who you coaching. You don't go tell the youth, oh, I ain't gonna be your coach next year if you ain't leaving. So that's not even leveraging. You're giving people, you're giving young men, you're giving young men your goodbye speech. That's not leveraging. That's what you would tell people who are above you. That's what you would tell your athletic director. That's what you would tell the president, I guess, whoever, but not the team. So if he told the team that, and I'm going to be honest, if he's willing to leave a head coaching position for a running back position, they have no respect. I'm just saying, that's me. But now you don't tell.
The only reason why I think of that is that it had to have been, he had to have been pushed out. He had to have been pushed out. After these FAMU or the FSU players, he had to have been. Somebody said it's over. Somebody said that it's a done deal. It's over. I mean, I personally do not want to I cannot confirm nor deny these allegations, but Dr. D did say allegedly head coach Willie Simmons allegedly told his players he's no longer going to be the head coach. He had to have been pushed out. There's no way that less than 48 to 72 hours ago you were recruiting Florida State players, and now you're headed to what is that? What is that? Raleigh, North Carolina? There's no way.
We're not saying that accepted a present at Duke. He just got an offer.
You're not getting ready to tell your players, just like Brother Bakari said. You're not getting ready to tell your. Oh, what you're saying is you don't know if he's going to Duke. He could be going somewhere else.
Yeah, that's correct.
We didn't say they were firing. We said they're forcing him out.
They're not forcing him out. They're not.
Absolutely.
Nah, they're not forcing.
Yes. Get that Negro gone. He's got to go. Send him wherever he got to go. He got to go now. Whatever you have to do, he's gone. Absolutely. It's the same thing they did with Dion.
I disagree with that, but that's not. That's.
I am in North Carolina. I don't fool with white institutions. Raleigh, Durham,
Raleigh every week too.
Raleigh, Durham.
Thank you. No, well,
I just got done driving 7 hours from Lexington, Kentucky to my home to come sit down, and I just was gonna recap Fred McNair for all this damn foolishness. And what I'm saying to you is they are not firing him. When I say forcing, I feel like the powers that be are forcing Willie Simmons to leave. You not just getting ready to recruit 3 Florida State players and then less than 48 hours, well, let me go ahead and leave. It does not make sense. The same way they told Two Toes to go to Colorado or wherever, find you somewhere else to go. And yes, I am going to blame it on the drive home. I didn't call Ashley Robinson, Ashley Simmons. I don't even know what I said. Did I say that it was in Raleigh and it's in Durham? Y'all stressing me out with this news. Dr. D done sit up here and said that allegedly he done got on a call and told his players he's no longer going to. He's being forced out.
But time will tell. Within the next.
What are you talking? He's already told his players he will no longer be there.
I got all of that. But by this weekend, we'll know once the president. I can tell you what happened. The president probably got calls from a alum. What the hell is going on here? Willie, he probably said, I don't know what you're
you definitely a robot, Dr. D. You're definitely a robot. You sound like one.
I'm not a robot. I'm not trusting I'm not a robot. So wait till this week. It's gonna be popping. So enjoy. I enjoyed the show. I'll talk to you later.
They said that Zoom call statement is false.
Well,
allegedly.
Well,
Dr. D said that he is a real person and he is not an AI robot.
Israel saying that did not graduate from Howard. How you know so much FAMU business?
Oh,
yeah. That's so. Let me address this question. I'm a Howard alum. Also was offered a FAMU scholarship and band back in 1984. Currently, I'm a football boot member, and I've donated thousands of dollars to the FAMU football team. I donated thousands of dollars to Alabama State. So I donate to different programs. Any other questions, Israel?
I need to meet you in person, and then I still might think you're a robot. When you go back and watch this live, you'll see why people think that you're a robot. Listen. Yeah, we don't say those curse words. Please stop cursing on my live in the chat. Off script is a bad word and Scotty is a bad word. Please, y'all stop cussing.
All right. Some good work. Talk to you later.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. What year is it, Brax?
It's the year of the rattler.
Power 5 said, "Are you sure about that? You sure about that?" Go ahead. What you got to say, Brax? What year is it, baby?
It's the year of the rat.
What year is it, baby?
It's the year of the rat.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Listen, I will never, ever, ever believe that Coach Simmons, who just literally recruited 9 FBS players to FAMU, never will I ever believe that within 48 hours that this happened. I don't know where Mr. Ford is. I don't know where Mr. Drop the Link is. Somebody needs to wake him up. Somebody needs to wake Mr. Ford up. Mr. Ford's going to be like, no. Lord. Brother Bakari, listen. Okay, so you'll never even, okay, so I'm going to do a live tomorrow morning, but if any of this stuff is even remotely true, like even he was offered a job at he was offered a running back coaching job position at, listen, you will never ever get me to believe that Coach Willie Simmons is taking a running back's job after the type of recruiting that he just did at FAMU. I'll never believe it. You'll never get me to believe it. For $200,000 more, FAMU can come up with $200,000 more. Hello.
What's up, Timon?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. I don't know if you saw what Gentle Hunt just entered the transfer portal.
I mean, I'm in shock.
So
what does that mean, though?
that's what I'm saying. So it's either the truth or we're gonna have to wait and see.
So the way that I'll believe that it's the truth is if somebody reports that somebody else went into the transfer portal. But the thing that I'm looking at that's leery about it is that the NCAA got a hold of it. And much like when Jackson State had that mass exodus from our program, and they literally covered every single player that went in the portal, even if they didn't have no damn time, they were like, Jackson State player, Jackson State player, Jackson State player. So it makes me think that it was intentional.
Yeah.
Like he was pushed out, as in, you gotta go. After this, I mean, it makes sense because he literally just
he was the coach of the year.
Coach of the year at the FCS level and at the SWAC coach of the year. But what I'm saying is, I feel like it was one of those, a couple calls being made and they said, go ahead and move him. I know people don't understand what I mean by that when I say that he was intentionally moved. But what I'm saying is, much like when Deion Sanders, everybody thought that he was a joke. And then once he recruited 5-star Travis Hunter, all of a sudden everybody was like, oh yeah, he needs a job now. He needs a job. He needs a job.
Yeah, it's definitely the same situation. Well, we can't keep the rest of the vest in HBCU football. I'm hoping he stays. I'm hoping everything comes back up, but I'm hoping APR is not an issue behind all this. Well, I know FAMU is definitely going to make a push to keep him.
As long as they make progress, they get a waiver.
Right.
They have to make, okay, so the APR, they basically gave waivers. They made waivers during COVID. But also, if you're making progress, then you're allegedly, you get a waiver.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the APRs, I want to say they give student athletes 6 years to graduate.
That is part of the waiver process, yeah.
So 6 years ago would have been what? He would have just been taking over the program?
Yeah, around that time. So we just have to make sure, like, I'm all for them keeping him. I hope that they like,
Of
I'm a
course, you
JSU fan,
don't
of
want to
course.
see your heavy hitters just leave, and then
Right.
I mean, that means I'm not saying heavy hitters because Coach Woody is doing a phenomenal job. But for this particular instance, if there is any type of truth to Coach Willie Simmons, like I'll say like little smart stuff like y'all need to stop talking mess before your coach leaves for the FBS level. But I would never want to actually.
Yeah, I don't want to see him leave either. I mean, but he has a family to feed, etc. But at the end of the day, I think the SWAC right now has a little motion. They just played in front of a national audience on ABC and then played a pretty darn good game against Howard. So I mean, the likeness that I'm hoping that FAMU steps up to the plate. And I know that people are gonna say, "Well, we can't pay them this amount, we can't pay." But I mean, at this point, man, something has to change. Nothing can stay the same in this climate of college football. Nothing. So even JSU, we have to make sure that we on our P's and Q's when it comes to making sure our coaches and things are maintained. I'm just all about the HBCU experience and making sure the coaches that we have are around for a while to make the competition better. Like you said, he just recruited a lot of
and that's
players
not
from
to
FBS.
say that's not to say that those FBS players, like, you know how he took those FBS players, that's
Right.
not to say that they're just huge recruits, but usually those recruits that come out, they usually go to other FBS schools, not a HBCU.
Yeah, and that's the key. We were starting to get a lot of those players in the SWAC with JSU and FAMU leading the way. I think let's not forget about Bethune Cookman. We had a lot of great players during this recruiting season to come in. So I think we were definitely trending in the right direction.
Grambling was a little bit. Grambling
Yeah.
was a little bit just with that when they had he.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that the level of football play continues to improve across the board, and we had the players in to be able to do that. So I'm hoping Willie sees and the whole FAMU people, they step up to the plate and definitely try to keep them. Like we are not blind. I think if I'm being real with FAMU, I think they probably had him another year or so like that, but not this soon. We're losing him to a. Is Duke a Power 5 or group? That's a Power 5, right? Yeah.
That's a group of 5.
Yeah, I mean on a football level.
No. Duke Power 5. They in the ACC.
ACC,
But the
right.
brother, the brother that was just talking, I can't think of his name, but he said about it. But what you said, Timon, just right on point. What you said when you say you believe he's being forced to leave, but I don't think nobody can force you to do. That's me personally, but.
When I
you
say
he's being
forced to leave, I say like.
I know what you mean. No, I know exactly what you mean. I know what you mean. I want you to know I understand exactly what you mean, and that's why I was going to touch on the point what the brother said when he said the SWAC is trending, and he started naming other schools that getting recruits, but then he left out Mississippi Valley State, so it is trending,
right.
and that's why I named other coaches that from HBCUs that they are going to become telling you. Let TC do what I think they've been. Let Jackson State win the SWAC next year.
Let Coach TC win against ULM. It's a wrap right there. ULM. That's all he got to do is beat ULM.
Yeah, and that's their plan. But unfortunately, there's not enough of us that see it. Even the dude EA put in the chat, Willie fighting for his assistants. And he want better facilities. Oh my God, I'm sick of that damn word facility. I ain't heard it so many times since since Deion Sanders left. Oh my God, facility is the new word. Oh man, they got these facilities. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all again.
Elevate.
A lot of elevate. A lot of us is over here right now because some of us was willing to accept trinkets, and then you had the ones like me who was willing to fight against those trinkets. I'm getting sick of people talking about some facilities, some damn facilities. A facility don't make nobody good. Yeah, Jackson State got 16 racks to go lift weights. Well, the Power 5 got 35. It don't make a damn difference. Jerry Rice didn't have all the facilities, and he the greatest wide receiver ever. He did not have all those. You got Walter Payton. You got Steve. I'm getting sick of folks. I'm sick of black people willing to sell out for any damn thing. Well, you know, they got facilities, boss.
Yeah.
If you just go and look at them facilities, they got some good biscuits over there, and they got some clean water over there, them facilities. I'm so sick and tired of them damn words, facility. God damn. I'm sorry, Timona. I'm sorry. But that just irks me how we willing to coon for a weight. I'm just being honest with you.
Or a whirlpool.
Yes. Well, they got. How about we put our money together and stop bragging on what they have and do what we can do for us? Stop trying to. Well, they got. But we have something they don't. We have us. We have what they want. But we so eager to give it away. They got facilities, boss. Boss, you know they got some good facilities over there at Duke, boss.
You talking, brother.
Colorado had $500 million facilities, and look at what they did.
Yeah, that's
4-8.
I mean, I'm hoping FAMU, like you said, at the end of the
Prairie
day,
View,
this is
UAPB.
opportunity.
Yeah.
This is opportunity for them to step up.
Okay, so I have a brief alleged update. Lord have mercy. So Coach Simmons was offered a job. He has not accepted the job. He had a Zoom telling the players he is thinking about taking the job because it was getting out.
Yeah, he can force FAMU's hand. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, no matter what he was offered, they have opportunity to meet him where he is, give him what he needs, give the players what they need, to finally, like I said, turn the corner on the facility aspect for ourselves, right? We've got all these players coming into that university. Let's take opportunity as a collective for them and say, hey, what are our focuses going to be to improve the program overall? I think this is something where they, as a university, can now step up and say, all right, coach, what do you need? AD, president, here's what we have to do to keep them. Let's make it happen. We may not get it all at once, but let's start the process of getting the ball rolling so we can accomplish a lot of those things that we're setting out to do. And I think that will keep them on the fray. We just need to keep the best of our best what we have them right now. I'm not saying they're worried. I get so tired of hearing like, brother, elevate. Oh, he trying to feed this family. He got a mouth to feed. Man, come on, yo. Like, I'm not telling nobody to go down the hill. The man still get money to get paid, but we don't have to go sell for what they're going to give us and take the best from what we have at our universities. And I think it's time for us to get back to taking care of home. So that's certainly what I want him to be able to do and FAMU to be able to work out together.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, y'all wait. Come here, Braxton. What year is it?
It's the year of the rattler.
Yes, and I think somebody said money will always talk loud, unfortunately, and that's the truth. But I don't know if he's the highest paid coach in the SWAC right now or not, but he should really be up there if he isn't. I'm hoping that is not the case, but if he's up there, he should be the one of the top 2, top 3 paid coaches in the SWAC, man. And I wonder this too: does the things happen over in Texas Southern with McNair, man? Like, this kind of stuff cannot be happening in the state of Texas. Florida is probably a well-to-do state with all the Republicans, etc. They should be kicking money to that school, but we know that's not happening. So it's gonna take the FAMU people to get the job done, man.
Mr. Ford?
Hey, how you doing?
Mr. Ford, all I did was get in the car, drive home, come back, and all hell done break loose. And all hell has broken loose.
Yeah, I've been watching games, and I said, let me go up here and check. I was watching
Mr. Ford. Yeah.
Hey, I was watching Arizona and Oklahoma because I wanted to see, what that looked like. But yeah, I know I missed out on everything. But
glad to have you, man. Glad to have you.
Do you want the breaking news, Mr. Ford?
Yeah. What's the breaking news?
All right, let me pull it up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's the year of the rattler.
The year of the rattler. That's right. The year of the rattler.
Coach Simmons is allegedly thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
No. Seriously? When did this break?
Yeah, Mr.
I told folks that when you heard me say that, you were gonna say those words.
Did this break today?
It's breaking news, Mr. Ford. It's all over the place.
Listen. Okay. So have they named the school? That's
allegedly he was offered a running back coaching position at Duke.
I can believe that. That's Manny Diaz. He knows Willie. Yeah. He knows Willie from back in the day. Manny Diaz went to Florida State. He knows Willie.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Woo. I'm gonna tell you right now, for fam got to come up some, like I did hear you talking about the facility. Yeah, they're gonna have to upgrade to keep him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're going to have to give him some things.
They can't upgrade the APR. Them students, they're gonna have to get them students. Come on now.
But they need a new field house. He might negotiate for a new field house.
Manny Diaz is from Florida State.
Yeah, Manny Diaz went to Florida State. His daddy was a politician in Miami.
So, Mr. Ford, you don't think that after this weekend's tirade where Willie Simmons took 3 FSU players that a call wasn't made?
Yeah, you know it sound like that. Come on now. You know.
Now that you over here saying Manny Diaz went to Florida State, this makes sense right here.
Yeah, Manny Diaz went to Florida State.
We got too much high power young black men from those universities.
Somebody made a call from Florida State as a Florida State alum or whatever and say, hey, why don't you offer the FAMU head coach a position on your staff?
Yeah, I can believe that.
I said that there had to be some sort of something going on. Like this didn't just pop up from nowhere. Like, hey, look at him. So this would actually make sense that somebody at Florida State made a phone call to Manny Diaz. Manny Diaz said, "Oh, okay, yeah, he can become running back coach over here."
Yeah, I can believe that.
So you want the next little tidbit?
Yeah, what's the next one?
So allegedly, and I'm gonna say allegedly. Y'all go ahead and type allegedly in the chat because we got to do these legends. Allegedly, Coach Simmons got on a Zoom call and told his players that he was thinking about taking the position.
What?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We got Gentle Hunt is now in the transfer portal, Mr. Ford.
What?
Yes, sir. It's serious out here. I'm hoping that he stays in the SWAC. Allegedly.
Man. But let me tell you but let me just say this. Anytime we got something good or we got a top-notch coach, they always want to come in and take him away.
There you go, Brother Bakari.
They always want to come in and take him away.
I don't know why EA is saying lies like that. Come on, EA.
But you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Right? They can't take them away if we stand on something. See, just like they take I'm going to be honest, man. I'm going to be honest. With our youth going, that teaching start in the household. I do understand, need money. But I'm going to say again, right? There is no way the MAC, the Sun Belt, and Conference USA should be better than HBCUs. There is no way. But I'm telling you now, when Timona said what she said last night about the basketball, and I had to understand, that's why I came back and apologized and said, I'm wrong. Okay, I got you. So I will support it. And every time I'm gonna tell you, every time we have this conversation, I'm gonna say it to people here. When that commissioner of the SEC stood in front of Congress and said they don't want there's not one black college that should be D1.
Oh yeah, come on.
That let you know what they were doing. And when you got black, I'm telling you right now, Mr. Ford, you said that word. I got so much respect for you. I can't even come at you. But if I hear another black person other than Mr. Ford say facility, We know we got to get our stuff better. We know that. But when we tell them, when our youth tell us we don't have this, why don't we tell our youth the damn truth? Well, because they had a 500-year head start. Well, because they got rich off the back of your ancestors. Now they getting rich off the back of you. But y'all clowns are set around in a clown of HBCU because they don't have the money that they got. You ain't got the money that they got. Well, they got the facilities, boss. They got money. They got it, boss. Yeah, you damn right. They got our backs, and we still support our youth, telling them you should go there, you should go there. And then if we got a coach that's willing to leave a head coaching position to be a damn running back coach, and any black man respect that something wrong with him. Any black man respect that something wrong with you.
Man, Dad, you can drop the mic on Neville.
Okay, so who knows the stages of grief? Please comment the 5 stages of grief in the chat. Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
I had to make the connection. I'm so glad you gave me the historical evidence to back up the assertion that I was making, because I don't want people to feel like I'm a conspiracy theorist, which is that there was some calls made behind the scenes to get Coach Simmons away from FAMU. This would make perfect sense, being that Manny Diaz is from Florida State. And then Florida State and FAMU just had a little tidbit this past week on Twitter after 3 recruits entered to the transfer portal and went right across the FAMU.
Yeah.
Right
2 of them are from Georgia.
You cannot just. Mr. Ford, can you call Mr. Campbell to the stage? Because he ain't been listening to me.
What is it? What does it say?
He in the chat, but he won't come up here.
I'm on the phone. I can't see.
Simona, ain't that something, Simona? Black people, you better not get them black youth to come play with you. Y'all, you voted plantation. They not go. They go together find your. It's just crazy, and we just kneel to it, and we just kneel, and we just bow. And it's like there's nothing we can. And you got people going around. They should take this. I heard some old, because there's a lot of coontivity going on. There's a lot of coonarians with a lot of coontivity going on social media. Oh yeah, they coonarians. That's what they are. They in a lot of coontivity. If you just listen to them, they should take their job. They should do this. Like how in the hell the people that literally enriched this country did every damn thing with a whip on your back, dog at your ankles, gun to your head. But we fought. We even had free places in the damn 1700s. Look up damn New Africa, Mississippi. We fought. How in the hell in the 21st century we just lay down? Yeah. We just damn lay down to anybody. Everybody come to our neighborhood and control you. We just lay down. Well, them Chinese, they got some good Twinkies in their store. Well, that MSG on that rat fried rice tastes pretty good. Well, them Arabs might say you stealing and they don't like you, but it's so much better going over there than spending money with your own people. That N-word ain't gonna get rid. Man, what the hell wrong with us? I love black people to death, but what the hell wrong with us?
What is going on? What is going on?
Yeah,
They got the drama that. Why would you guys be on Lipstick Alley? Who put somebody on Lipstick Alley? HBCU news. FAMU head coach Willie Simmons rumored to be headed to Duke University. Why would you even put this on Lipstick Alley?
Oh man!
Like, y'all not gonna get me to believe that this is not being set up by some higher ups. I will never believe it. You will never get me to believe that phone calls weren't made and somebody said offer Willie Simmons a position such and such.
Yeah, I definitely chip in the FAMU to be able to keep him as a coach. I don't care what they got to do. We got to keep our power here.
I mean, listen, now y'all little brag difference. Y'all been talking a lot of mess now and been real disrespectful now. Mr. Ford, I'm serious. The water jokes, everything. Like, they've been real disrespectful now.
No.
And I don't want to laugh at y'all pain, but good Lord, do I remember when Dion left? I remember it like it was yesterday.
Well, Tamana, we don't want to give them the same energy.
No, because I'm not gonna tell any environmental racism jokes. I wouldn't do
no.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't actually necessarily want to see head coach Willie Simmons. So the only thing that I would probably do is I'll probably pin the tweet that I did in November. That would be probably the extent to my trolling, because I had already made the statement back in November. When they were what happened is one of the FAMU Rattlers, he asked me, "Dang, y'all still ain't got a president yet?"
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, I can understand.
And I said, mind your business. Before FAMU head football coach Willie Simmons is headed to FBS after the SWAC championship and Celebration Bowl.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm hoping he don't leave right now.
Hopefully
just to pull the card to bring things together for the FAMU or out the community, to rally behind and get things rolling in the right direction. Maybe
it's a rumor, but this is my thing. The only thing that doesn't make sense. Why would you tell your players that you're thinking about taking it, causing them to go to the transfer portal?
Yeah.
That don't make sense.
But the thing about Gentle Hunt, he could go in the portal. Doesn't mean he's going to stay. He can always come back. But I guess he waited, try his odds out just in case something happens. So, where there's smoke, there's fire, definitely. I just hope Ed Reed doesn't at FAMU on Twitter.
Oh man. Dang.
Okay, let's listen to what.
Hey, well, look, I'm gonna tell you something. It's gonna be some people want Ed Reed to go if he really go. I can hear him now. Well, Ed Reed got connection to some facilities. He got access to resources. If he had access to resources, won't he help? Won't he help now? Because that's what they gonna say. He got somebody that already said it on one channel. He got access to resources. Oh, his name gonna come up. If Willie go, his name gonna come up in access to resources. And that word is gonna come up. You can get better this. Well, we'll just sell out any whole thing.
The Rattler.
No, that's right.
The good Lord calls me to a
nation.
Here we go.
No. This was the 220 Quarterback Club SWAC Championship Celebration Luncheon. I'm getting PTSD, and I didn't even listen to the first sentence.
Nation, just know this. When the good Lord calls me to another destination, you won't have to find out in the media, right? You will not find out in the media. I'll stand in front of you guys like I do every year. Thank you for your support and tell you that the good Lord is calling me somewhere else. That ain't happened. And so with all these articles and all these things written about me and other coaches, it's just hyperbole. And we're going to win a national championship, and we're going to reload it. We're going to do it again.
From the mouth of the man himself.
Not him doing a Dion 2.0.
Tomorrow, you crazy.
We'll probably see Dunn in the portal next. This comes with national championship. That don't even make logical sense. What player, after winning the national HBCU championship, says, I think I'll go hop in the portal?
Yeah.
The one that believe going to a PWI is better, in all honesty.
Mm-hmm.
If they listen to our community, if they listen to our people, going to the PWI, it's a better opportunity.
No, somebody else is heading to the portal, y'all. Dunn, Mr. Ford Dunn is heading to the portal.
And you got to realize that Dion and Willie are friends too, so it's not really too far-fetched, He probably gave him the. the how-to.
I'll say this, and I don't mean this with any type of shade or malintent or anything else. The opportunity that Sean Lewis got is not necessarily what a black coach would get for a losing team.
Oh no, they just
Like,
throwing
you
some
have
money
to
at them.
over and above and beyond to get that. People leaving is not always a bad thing. The portal is a revolving door. Sir, if you think that folks who just won an HBCU national championship are hopping in that portal, I got an island in Indiana for you.
And Tamona, don't forget, he did use the word God in his speech. We've heard that one before. Just want you to know.
Did Willie use the word God in his speech?
Here, let me go ahead and play it for you again.
Play it again.
He said the good Lord. He said the good Lord.
Now go ahead and play it again for you.
Nation, just know this: when the good Lord calls me to another destination, you won't have to find out in the media, right? You will not find out in the media. I'll stand in front of you guys like I do every year and thank you for your support and tell you that the good Lord is calling me somewhere else. That ain't happened. And so with all these articles and all these things written about me and other coaches, it's just hyperbole. And we're going to win the national championship, and we're going to reload. We're going to do it again.
I mean, he did win the national championship.
But he said the good Lord now. So there you have it. There you have it.
Somebody said Coach Willie sounds like Mr. Campbell. I don't think he's as smooth a talker as Mr. Campbell, boy. Mr. Campbell can sell water to a fish.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, Lord. I mean, you have to also look at who is his target market or who is his target audience, which is old folks that love their institution. This is not this. I don't feel like this is a good blueprint because going to Duke is as a running back coach. That sounds like a lateral move to me.
Yeah, that's a basketball school. That's all about basketball. And Manny Diaz has been a failure every time he's a head coach. He helped destroy that University of Miami program.
Yep, that Miami program.
That's one of the things I fought at James Franklin for. He hired him as a defense coordinator.
And they just lost to Rutgers.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even. I listen. I'm kind of speechless right now.
Yeah. Again, I hope he stays.
Yeah, I hope he stays.
Okay, so Mr. Ford, somebody else, he might be a robot, he might not be, but Dr. D said that maybe Texas Southern is making a play on Coach Willie Simmons.
No. Because, see, Willie Simmons is a winner. Texas Southern doesn't want a winner in football. He's a winner.
Yeah, I just didn't like Willie putting the Lord into it, man. Not again.
Mr. Ford, did you see that they still failed to come to an agreement for
Yeah, I think it's sabotage. It's a bunch of sabotage out there in Houston, Texas right now concerning that Texas Southern football job. Because the word I'm getting is that they want to reopen it. They want to look at other people.
The confirmation that I got was from a very qualified source. Maybe they just start and mess so that he can get the raise that he wants. But I don't see why. Dr. D says Willie uses the good Lord and his name and the good Lord's name all the time at the 220 Club.
Tell you what, he may want to cancel that after what JSU went through.
Lord, have mercy. The easiest position to coach is running backs, but he will also be the recruiting coordinator.
I mean, because he just got all those kids over to FAMU, of course. They want their Florida connection, man.
Oh.
Yeah,
So they're going to give him a coaching position, but they really want him to be a recruiter. But Coach Willie, but isn't the one who blocked me, Cypress or something, he blocked me the other day. Isn't he the one that's doing the majority of the recruiting? Not necessarily Willie Simmons.
Yeah, you talking about Res Press?
Yeah, him.
Yeah. He's doing a great job.
Because he blocked me because I said that Coach Simmons didn't get $135,000 in bonuses, and he said, "Why are you always in other people's business?" And I said, "Are you getting any bonuses for recruiting all those FSU players?" And he blocked me. Anyway, isn't he doing the majority of the recruiting?
Yeah, well, the coach is still going to be involved.
Yeah. He does a great job. That guy does a great job. Yeah. That Res Press guy does a great job. He's been bringing them.
It's the year of the Rattler.
Yeah, this is the year of the Rattler, baby.
It's gone now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
So they better hire Devin over here thinking that is, and then Duke doesn't. So this is the thing. There are more things that people look for when they get recruited to places like FAMU. And just because they throw a pitch at FAMU, come to FAMU, the HBCU, come to, Florida, be down in Tallahassee, you're X amount of hours away from the beach. That the weather is always nice out here. That does not mean that you're going to be able to transplant your whatever your pitch is and take it to Durham, North Carolina.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Because I went there for the Jackson State versus wait, did I go there? No. I didn't go there. Did I go there? No. I can't remember. Nope, I didn't go to Duke. I went to UNC Charlotte. No. I don't know where I went. Anyway, do you remember who Jackson State women's team played last year? Do you remember that? It was in North Carolina somewhere. But anyway, it was a lot of white people there. And so some of these kids that are being recruited, I guess, from FAMU, maybe they came to FAMU because they wanted an HBCU experience.
Yeah, probably so.
Willie can recruit Florida to come in, stay in Florida, but can Willie recruit Florida to go to North Carolina where it's cold?
Yeah, right? You got to have credentials to get in Duke now. You don't just sass up in the Duke. When you start talking about Duke, Tulane, Vanderbilt, Emory University,
they be trying to recruit. That's another reason why it's a dead end job, because the type of that's not to say that they're not smart enough to get in there, but it's like the level that they're expecting you to be at academically, a lot of times Black athletes do not graduate from these Power Fives. Like, they'll use you, but you got to make sure you're also doing your work in the classroom as well. Like, if you're going to go to Duke, if you're going to go to even Campbell's a very expensive college. If you're going to go to these colleges, go get your degree as well. Secure Willie Simmons was marked yesterday, so this isn't really new. Where was I at? Dang.
Hey, where's Dr. Lori? She's on here?
No, but they've been saying secure Willie Simmons, so they've been knowing what's up. This is from yesterday.
Yeah, I thought they should have given him a new contract after the Celebration Bowl. Locked him in for at least 4 years, 3 to 4 years.
He's already locked in for 3 to 4 years till 2025.
No, but when I say lock him in, tell him if you leave before 3 to 4 years, you got to pay us $1 million or $2 million. You gotta lock him in.
Didn't nobody tell me nothing. Kenya started the hashtag on Twitter. Oh, I have Kenya blocked, so that.
Oh, she said Dr. Lori's on vacation. Oh, okay.
Well, Dr. Lori better be on the phone while she's
Yeah,
on vacation.
where's Dr. Lori?
Dr. Lori better get something shaking.
Yeah, because thought we had
Mr. Ford, do you remember we just had a talk with Dr. Lori?
Yeah, I thought we had thrown the bag at him. I thought the FAMU people were gonna throw the bag at him. Remember, I asked about that. I thought they were gonna throw the bag at him.
She said, head coach Willie Simmons, he's not going anywhere. Blah 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 blah. Because we have done what we're supposed to do. So this is interesting. Yeah, all the FAMU heavy hitters, they're not available to speak with. As you can see, we ain't seeing her, or you might as well put Mr. Campbell on a milk carton because he is not available. Okay, he's a heavy hitter in these FAMU streets, and he is, I guess they're poaching our coaches too. They poach our talent, and now they're poaching the coaches.
For the last 500 years.
Yeah, that's where I went. I went to Chapel Hill. It was a really big campus. They had a really nice soccer field. But I don't know. Uh-oh. You keep talking mess and they show up.
Is it Dr. Lori?
No.
Very funny.
I'm just enjoying my holiday. Is something important going on? I mean, there's something important going on I don't know anything about. So what's going on? Is something important going on?
That's right, baby. You're the rattler.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah. What's happening?
Come on. Stop playing. You ain't heard.
There's rumors and wars and rumors of wars. So here's all I know is that the coach, I want to go to the video. He said he would make a public announcement back to the 220 club, and that's what he will do. Now, what I have heard is what everybody has heard, that he's been offered a job at Duke. And let me say this. Hold on, Timon. I need to read this. All views expressed is a disclaimer. These views are solely of that of the author, not of Timona, FAMU, or Coach Willie Simmons. I don't want nobody going there saying that me and you said this. So this is my opinion, okay? Because I don't want y'all to be running and telling people I said something that the coach said. Coach didn't tell me none of this. This is my opinion. Jesus. But no, my thing is, from my understanding, he's been offered this job. From my understanding, he has not taken the job yet. And it's up for us to start getting them fish plates together. Mullet with extra fries and coleslaw. And let's get it.
Whiting.
No, mullet down in Florida, baby. Tallahassee, we sell mullet. Eat mullet.
Yeah.
Eat mullet. Eat mullet.
At St. Augustine in Jacksonville.
Yeah, eat mullet down there in Tallahassee. Mullet plates.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. And so it's up to the FAMU people. They know what Willie's worth. This ain't no secret. That man is worth the money. So
that's
like
right.
I said, we need to come with it. So like I say, if Duke is offering, and I'm not going to get into should he take a running back job, all that. I'm not. That's on that man. Whatever he think is his career. But I'm just saying for FAMU people, if the man needs $200,000 more, I know 1,000 y'all that's got $2,000. That the math real quick, or $200 or whatever it is. Easy.
Just do 2,000 of y'all. Make it easy.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I don't think that's going to be the problem. If that's what he's saying.
Hey, if you got 2,000 people to donate $100.
Yeah. Well, there you got a $200,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's light work. So that's not a problem. So my point of it is, if he allows FAMU to match it, then FAMU needs to match it. Because that's just the bottom line, point blank period. That man has made that school money. He's made us relevant again. Shit, we were 1 in 10 before Willie got there. 1 in 10.
Okay, but what if okay, so he doesn't need, okay, let's just say hypothetically speaking, y'all gonna need 5,000 people to donate $100 because he's not the only one that's looking for a payday. He's looking for his staff too.
Well
Is that
then,
cool?
well then, my thing is again, if Willie wants to coach us, then I think he just needs to have a candid conversation. Which my thing is, Coach Simmons deserves anything he's asking for. Now, of course, we're not going to pay him $1 million. That's just not what we're going to do. I mean, you can get cost out of that. But if the number is $500,000, which that's being reported that Duke is offering him, and then like you say, the coaches, then we need to come up with, because he's made FAMU $2 million. And then look at what he's done. I mean, we got people talking about FAMU. People weren't talking about FAMU 4 or 5 years ago. They weren't. That's a fact. That ain't no secret. So that man is because of Willie Simmons. We get to have these Jackson State FAMU jokes because it's good football. Jackson State's good, FAMU's good. If we were 1-10 and y'all 1-10, nobody would care. So that's just the fact. We're excited about the football game. Y'all are going to be good, and we're supposed to be good. That means that's money being made. So, like I say, if that man is making the school money and raising the profile, because like I tell anybody, the Marching 100 could not have gotten us to the Celebration Bowl, only the football team. That's fact. So we need to be focused on that. So, so that's it. But now the thing about it, if Willie's going to go, I want them to go ahead and let's announce it tomorrow. Let's be done with it. So we can go ahead and get, like I said, I already, KJ Black, we need to have him on speed dial and hire him as coach. Because I think he'd be a great young coach. He's a SWAC guy, SWAC player of the year. He's coached down there. He's an offensive guy. And he can keep that offense rolling. Who what?
Who are you talking about?
Coach KJ Black.
I think he's with the Rams, isn't he?
Yeah, he's at the Rams now.
Yeah.
Lord.
He was a quarterback at Prairie View. Played for Coach Frazier.
I think Coach KJ Black follows me. Maybe I need to inbox him and say, "What's up? You want to coach in the SWAC?"
No, listen, don't get blocked by him too now, okay? Please don't get blocked by him.
No, I'm not. No, okay. First of all, Coach. That's not fair, Coach. What do you say his name is? Ripress.
Coach Rez.
Wrist press.
Yeah.
Wrist press. Whatever his name is. He did not have to block me.
Yeah, he didn't have to block you, but I'm just saying. So that's the thing.
Now I know what it feels like when I block somebody because they're getting on my nerves.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that you do understand that now, because you got a lot of nephews upset with you, but we're not going to go there tonight.
Mr. Campbell. No, I joke and I kid, and we go back and forth on Twitter. And, a couple of months ago, I made the statement. I was like, you need to worry about your coach before he's headed to the FBS after the Celebration Bowl and the SWAC championship. But I didn't necessarily think that was going to actually come to fruition. Like, I didn't think that was on the table.
No, I don't think anybody, because, again, like I told me and you had this conversation, I said there's no head coaching job that Willie's going to take right now. And I told you that. Now, I am shocked, but again, he has a relationship with Manny Diaz. If he feels that being a running back coach at a Power 5 is going to move his career forward, that's fine. I would prefer that he be a head coach because I think that just brings more gravitas. I think in the end, he'll make more money that way. I think that Willie can parlay that and get a guaranteed contract as a head coach, because that's one thing. When you are a position coach like that, those are 1-year contracts. So there's nothing guaranteed about that. And I'm not, again.
Hold up. What you mean they're 1-year contracts?
Yeah. Those are at will contracts. So you could just let a person go.
Yeah.
So
with no guaranteed money. Most of those contracts on position coaches like that don't have guaranteed money.
Yeah. South Alabama just let a bunch of their assistant coaches go.
Yeah. So so those are rollover contracts. So what it is like, I sign you for 3, but but it really is a 1-year rollover.
Yeah, you work at the purview of the head coach.
Yeah. So if I let you go, you don't get years 2 and 3, or year 3 if you're in 2. Yeah.
But then by risking that job, you done messed up and lost your job.
Well, like I say again, I'm saying this out loud. This is my opinion because this ain't got nothing to do with what Coach does. My thing is, I think Coach should stay at FAMU and then get a head coaching job where he can get a guaranteed contract and get the $1 million plus overall, just over the course of the contract. I think that's just to me. But again, that he got to do what's best for his family.
Okay, so my next question is, after the FAMU FSU debacle, do you think a call was made to Manny Diaz, who has Florida State ties, to offer Willie Simmons this position?
Well, look, okay. So I'm gonna play. Let me just play the logical business side. No, it doesn't look like that. But let me play the black card. Yeah, I could believe that the white folks don't want FAMU to raise up, just like the white folks in Mississippi don't want Jack State to raise up, because Jack State and FAMU are two of the schools that have the ability to recruit high-level players in those states and mess up the apple cart. And they know. Do they want that? Hell no, absolutely not. So could we get them up out of there? Yeah, let's offer them that. Yeah, I could see that if I want to put my conspiracy hat on, because you don't want a powerful Jackson State. You don't want a powerful Southern. You don't want a powerful FAMU. That messes up the money. Because you find out what these kids do. They come to FAMU and they're like, man, I like this. I come to Jack State, I like this. So then they start telling their buddies, man, listen, I know y'all got that NIL money, but bruh, we actually like it. This ain't a job here. We having fun. That's dangerous. That is very dangerous.
Especially and then since they've went from Florida State uses FAMU as a recruiting tool, like when you want to go hang out with such and such and you want to see the culture, just go across the street.
Well, so Bobby Brown said it.
Going across the street to forget them talking about going across the street. Come over here and stay.
Yeah, Bobby Brown said it. Bobby Brown said, yeah, we recruit the guys over there and the girlfriends go over there to FAMU. So, it's just easy for us, but he said this on video. This is not any secret. He said this out loud. So they've always used FAMU for that. They've
like
always
Georgia Tech uses Spelman. They take the part of the Georgia Tech recruitment is to take the recruits over to Spelman.
So you don't want that. You don't, like I said, you don't want these teams that got these big brands and stuff like that. And then, I just made a post about our alums. Look at all the alums that y'all got. Look at all the alums that Southern got. You think, okay, when you say Duke, you think about their basketball alums, right?
Right.
But see, that's the thing about it. See, I don't have to say that about FAMU, Jack State, Southern, Howard, North Carolina A&T. I can show you a whole list of our actual alums who are business people. See, that's a difference. That's a difference because everybody ain't playing basketball at Duke. So again, yeah, if you go, Duke is great education, Vanderbilt's great education, but there's nothing like, because again, it's about who you can pick up the phone and get a job from. Because if I got the vice president at ABC from FAMU, I can get 2 steps to her. I can, if I'm black, I cannot get 2 steps to the white person that's vice president from Duke. And I'm black. It ain't gonna happen. Just a fact. So they can talk that. I know what the real is. Our networks are better. So they don't want us to get that going and everything. So that's the thing. So, so that's the deal. And, I hear people with the APR. So just the APR thing, it's a rolling number. So I think we should be at 920 when the next one comes out, which they'll ask for a waiver, and then they'll be at 930. Because to get to I don't know if everybody knows it, to get to 930 APR, you just got to graduate 50% of your players. And that was just in that dark time during FAMU. And I know we have graduated well better than that the last 3 years. So when the rolling average comes out, I think we'll be right there at 920. So I think that is not as much of a thing as people are going to make it out to be. So it has been low. There's no doubt about it. It's been reported. But some of that was before Willie, and then he picked up a year of that. And then I know for the last 2 years, should be hitting it on point. So, and I know this class of guys are graduating and stuff. So,
Mr. Ford, you crowned FAMU king of the SWAC basically for the foreseeable future.
Right.
With the program possibly in limbo, where does FAMU go from here? If Coach Simmons stays, Do his players come back from the portal or do they leave? Because they don't trust it. Will this affect his recruiting?
Well,
Because
I think it goes back to that word you like to use, allegedly, right? So none of this is concrete, right? This is speculation, right?
no, it's not. You talking about whether he actually. The only thing that's speculation. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Campbell. The only thing that's speculation is whether or not he'll accept the job. Everything else is.
Yeah, that's pretty much, as they say, out there. So yeah, he's pretty much, from what everybody's been saying, that he's been offered and all that stuff. But no, he has not taken. Last I heard, now if somebody call him next 5-10 minutes, say he took a job. But last I heard, he had not said, yes, I'm going to Duke, I'm out.
Right. I just don't want him to leave. I don't even want to think about Willie leaving. I know he can leave, but I just hope he stays.
Well,
Mr. Fold,
Sam,
you
you
might
people
be
feel
the
the same
last
way.
of the Mohicans. People leave, you know what? They'll get up and go, man. It's being this right here, being prepared for this struggle. It's hard. Everybody ain't built for it. I'm just being honest. A lot of our people ain't built for it. We run to the trinkets. We run all the time. When stuff get hard, I agree with Timona that he's being told to leave if he leave. I really do. I agree with Timona. And we got people and we'll run to the trinkets. But in order to make your situation better and to get us where we need to be, we have to stop thinking our best going to them is an advancement for us, because it's not an advancement for us. It's an advancement maybe for that one person. And if he get a head coaching job, it's gonna be, if he get a head coaching job at one of them FBS, Power 5, whatever the hell y'all want to call them, pardon my French, it's gonna be at the bottom or near the bottom school traditionally. All you got to do is look and see the black coaches that have those jobs. I don't even see how we think that is so great. But hey, I am who I am, and those people that leave, they are who they are, and I don't have to support none of it. I ain't mad at nobody because they go. I'm really not. But I don't have to be vested in it and say, well, you know, I'm going to support him because he's black. Well, you didn't support black. You didn't stay to fight so we could get better. Sometimes eventually we going to have to take a stand. Eventually, as black folk gonna have to take a stand and say, we gonna make our thing better. We gonna make our schools better. We gonna make our communities better. We gonna make it better, because they ain't gonna do it. What they gonna do is what they always do. Take your best and lead the rest to celebrate him. Oh, he doing so good. Look at that. He in a good gated community. He doing so good while the rest of us left out in the cold. Eventually, somebody gonna have to take a stand, and it's just that simple.
I think that is perfectly stated. Braxton is ready to perform a song selection. This is, basically Braxton is at this point in time, he would like to sing this song selection.
Oh my God.
Braxton.
I know it was the blood. I know it was the blood. I know it was the blood for me. When I was lost, he died on the cross. And I know he's coming again. I know he's coming again. I know he's coming again for me.
Amen.
All right. The Rattler, baby.
Thank you, Braxton. Thank you, Braxton. Braxton went ahead and gave us that great rendition of how he knows it was the blood, Jesus's blood. And right now, it's trying times in the SWAC. I feel like the SWAC is under attack. I really do. And some folks might say that it's just a job offer, or people are getting opportunities, but I really feel like it's an attack on the SWAC. How you doing, Brother Jerome?
Listen, First of all, happy Thursday, everybody. I just want the FAMU people to know we know how you feel. We definitely know how you feel. I'm not going to, talk junk. I will say I agree with everything Mr. Ford said. It really does suck. In hindsight, it does suck to see our best and brightest, kind of handpicked or taken away from our institutions. The question is, what can we do moving forward? Let's say if Willie decides to leave, what systems can FAMU put in place, Jackson State, the rest of the SWAC, to not only keep our best and brightest coaches, but also, of course, the student athletes as well. Like, what can we realistically do? Of course, we're doing a great job selling our culture, our atmosphere, academics, where we can take you, professionally in the workforce. But what can we do, to keep these brothers at our institutions?
Well, I think it's going to come back to the contracts. My thing is, I thought after the Celebration Bowl, Willie should have been given a new contract, and that he should have been taught. The contract should have stated that if he didn't stay 3 to 4 years, he had to pay the institution at least $1 million. I say lock them in, and I think we got to keep these guys. We got to pay them. If we need to go to $500,000 with Willie, so be it. But at the same time, we need to put in that contract that he's got to do 3 to 4 years. And if he doesn't do 3 to 4 years, the school that's going to get him got to pay the institution at least $1 million.
Yeah. And, I think $1 million is a low ball considering,
it is.
What Willie has been for FAM, what Prime has been for Jackson State, and et cetera. Because these brothers have definitely helped to generate a lot of revenue for our schools.
Yeah, they have.
There seems to be like a bigger issue, though. Like, I get it. Sometimes it's not about the money, maybe more so as the platform. Don't forget now, the white man's water is colder. Yeah, and that's what that's kind of what I was alluding to, because, I've got friends who were stationed at Fort Bragg who played D1 football, basketball, and they didn't get drafted, so they joined the military. And they told me, man, from a young age, all the way through high school and college, the parents were in their ear, the coaches were in their ear. It's like a systematic kind of thing where our parents, our Black parents and Black students are kind of brainwashed. And it starts at an early age to make them feel as though anything Black is inferior, anything Black is not of substance or value. And it's almost like we got to get to the root and, kind of get them when they're young. But it's a complex issue. One thing I'm really glad about, though, with the Celebration Bowl and just with all of our games being televised, America has been able to see the greatness of HBCUs over the last, I guess, 3 or 4 seasons, with Jackson State, FAMU, et cetera. We've had our best and brightest on the national stage. And it's looked really sexy, not only to the general public, but to a lot of really good, student athletes and coaches. So I pray that we can keep this train, this momentum moving forward. I don't want to see this HBCU renaissance stop. But you can tell something bigger is at play. I know for a fact, Prime, he did try to take Willie and a couple of other SWAC coaches on his way out. And Willie said no. He wanted to stay at least, I guess, another season. But there seems to be something bigger at play. Like you said, Mr. Ford, something a bit more sinister. Like they don't want to see.
It's sabotage. I think it's sabotage. And that's what I think. Definitely sabotage out there at Texas Southern. That's straight up in sabotage. That's
and with Texas Southern, it kind of makes you wonder because, historically they're a basketball school. Right. So it makes you wonder if, it makes you wonder how serious they are even about football.
Well, the powers to be out there, they know about McNair, and they know that given the opportunity, McNair would turn Texas Southern into a football power. They know that. That's why they block. I think Mr. Campbell did talk about they don't want to see Jackson rise. They don't want to see Florida A&M rise. That's true. The other school that they don't want to see rise is Tennessee State. And they do a lot of stupid stuff themselves, self-inflicted wounds, but they don't want to see Tennessee State rise. You got to remember, at one time, Tennessee State under Big John Merritt was dominating college football. They had one of the greatest winning percentage. Then you got to look at that track, that what they call them, the Tiger Bales under Coach Ed Temple. You had people like Wilma Rudolph, who dominated the world in the, I think it was 60 Olympics. Then you come back with Wyoming Yatias, Cheeseboro. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear it, and they don't want to see it. And so anything they got to do, like you said, to keep us down, they're going to do it.
And for anybody that doesn't believe what Mr. Ford or Mr. Campbell, are saying, trust me, guys, like there's been so many Black people over the last 2 or 3 seasons that went to the Celebration Bowls who had no affiliation with HBCUs. Most of them went to PWIs, and they were just taken aback. They said they walked away wishing they had gone to a Black college.
You're right.
Because when you see that level of Black excellence in one space, and it's on national TV, if these Black folks who have no affiliation with HBCUs are saying this, just imagine what the powers that be are saying behind closed doors.
Right.
So we got to keep this HBCU thing moving forward. I mean, we were already doing a good job before Prime. With the Celebration Bowl and et cetera. I think things just elevated over the last couple of years. But I'm not going to joke on FAMU, at least not tonight. But I will say, I feel for them because I know how it feels to lose a really good coach that pumped a lot of momentum and support and life into, the program. So, Mr. Campbell, definitely keep your head up, man. Trust me, better days are coming. I know you guys, are doing everything y'all can to keep them. But, hey, I'm going to tell you like this, though. From a JSU perspective, you can't keep somebody who don't want to be kept. Always kind of give a side eye to people that are having conversations and negotiations with Power 5 schools, FBS schools, PWIs. They can talk in your face and be like, oh, yeah, I ain't going nowhere, DI Love or, whatever, HBCU. But look.
Rattler strike, baby. Rattler strike.
They do, but I'm going to tell y'all, man, just give a side eye, give pause to these coaches that are having these conversations. Because I know he was talking to South Carolina last year or the year before that. Like if you're having these conversations with these other programs, that lets me know you're not fully sold. And some people are like, oh, well, he probably did that for a negotiation, to get an increase at FAM. But nah, man, we went through that with Prom. Trust me. And not trying to be funny, I don't all the way trust cats who went to PWIs like Willie, like Prom. They just don't have that HBCU foundational type of thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, but I see it in corporate America as well. So the next coach you guys get, hopefully he's a FAMU guy or at least an HBCU guy that is proven and it actually desires to stay long term. So that's what I hope for y'all.
Well, Brooks, let me say a couple of things. Willie, his whole family is FAMU. So he has a FAMU legacy. I mean, his whole family.
Yeah.
So I will say that, so I will say that. But you made a point, but this is going to tie in, and I always try to tie in things because it's all the same. You remember when you guys signed Travis Hunter and them crackers lost their mind and Nick Saban lost his mind?
They burned Deion's jersey at Florida State.
No, but wait a minute, hold on. Now, that was just one player, okay? That was one player, because they still got the other 2,000. That was one. We get 3 guys that basically didn't even start, and they lost their mind. Oh, my God, how did it? But you know why white people did that? Because, see, white people understand history much better than black people. Because I'm going to roll this back to you all. Mr. Ford going to understand what I'm saying. See, there was a time when black people, they couldn't go to the SEC. We used the SEC. They couldn't go. No. So when the one guy went to Alabama, Edwards did with Tennessee, and these guys, and the guys went to Kentucky, the black people were like, oh, that's only one guy. Hey, they're going to still go to Jackson State. They're going to still go to Southern. They're going to still go to FAMU. And then look what 30 years later. So see, one thing can cause the floodgates to open. So that's why they don't want that floodgate to open. Because they've done it to us. They took one, and we took it for granted. Oh, the rest of them, they're not going to go over there. They're not going to go to Alabama. And look, Alabama is blacker than Alabama State and Alabama A&M on the field.
Yes, sir.
So we have to understand that they have seen the power of one. So no, we don't want Travis Hunter that one, because one becomes two, two becomes three, because that's what they did to us.
Yeah.
Because they all had just one. And now every one of these schools got 81 of ones out of the 85 on the scholarship. So of course they don't want those kids from Florida State to come over there across the street. Of course they don't want Travis Hunter to go to Jackson State, because if one starts, then they'll start telling the other ones. So yeah, we got to get prime ass and all them high-powered players that came down to Jackson. We got to get them out of there. We got to get them out of there. We can't allow these guys from Florida State and Florida and all these guys start coming to FAMU. We got to get that coach out of there. So yeah, do I believe that? Absolutely, because I know history and I've seen when we do the one. And see, we have to be very careful with the one, because to this point, you know, and I understand history, and people say, well, you know, you needed that one because they integrated, but that set a path that now, because you got to understand something. I was, as they say, the first child born in integration, 1970. So for 53 years, we have seen the destruction of the one. Because what do we say? Well, we need to go over there because we need to integrate. We need to, and then they never gave us anything back. And they took everything from us. And they know the game. So no, they don't want the Travis Hunters ever again go to Jackson State. They don't want them guys from Florida State. Because see, the way you build a program, I don't have to be Michigan, Ohio State. You know what I want to be? Let me be Coastal Carolina. Let me be Tulane. Let me be those. Because see, those guys are the guys we should be getting. Because we're never going to get the guys that go to Ohio State, Michigan, all that. But I tell you what, we should be able to get the guys that go to Coastal Carolina. We should be able to get the guys to Central Michigan and Troy.
FAU.
You going to tell me somebody going to Troy is better than getting a Jackson State educator or FAMU educator? Troy?
And that goes to show you the level or the depth of how bad these kids are brainwashed.
Yeah.
Like, you rather sit and not just that they would go to a UAB or FAU, etc. They'd rather ride the bench over there as opposed to coming to a HBCU and possibly starting. So again, we got to get to the root, man, because the way but I will say again, over the last 3 years, because of this elevated platform that HBCUs have had, it's given a lot of our programs a lot of good looks from I honestly can't think of another time, possibly in the 80s and 70s, where HBCUs, particularly in the SWAC, have had this much talent come to our programs. Yeah. And they're definitely afraid of that. Like, you can tell the powers that be, they began to see a swing. And it wasn't just the Travis Hunters and the Coach Prime and Willie Simmons. Looking at Alabama A&M, looking just Alabama State, Grambling, across the board, every program in the SWAC saw an increase in talent in every position. And we've never seen that before. And a lot of these PWIs have never seen that. And they started to get scared. So we got to find a way to keep this system in place and to increase and elevate it moving forward. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to tell y'all, one monkey don't stop no show. So family, I'm going to tell you, like, you know, Mr. Campbell, trust me, like when we got T. Taylor, we still came in with the #1 recruiting class at FCS without Prime. So you guys can definitely continue that tradition that you guys have built. Don't let it get you down, man. Real talk.
Oh, no. I think FAMU, so this is the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm saying this out loud, I think we get a KJ Black or a guy, like I said again, now we'll reverse to somebody young that knows the program, like a TC Taylor, because see, and this is no disrespect to all, but see, Florida is a different state compared to the other schools. So it's a big state. It doesn't have some of the historical history that people get dragged on. And FAMU academically is just a big brand name. So I think if we get a coach, I think we'll still get the recruits. So that's why I'm not too much worried. Now, don't get to hire the right coach, then yeah, we'll be in trouble. But if we get a guy like KJ Black or somebody on that level, then I think, yeah, we'll be still recruiting. I think we'll keep all those guys. Because I think, again, the FAMU brand and what it brings to the table is what a lot of these kids see and understand. Because the defense is going to be the defense. Because the defense is the easy part. It's the offense is always the problem when the SWAC. Because, again, as you guys know, if your offense ain't moving right, you're not going to win a championship. You got to have your offense moving right, because we can do defenses. But it's the offense, the quarterback play, the running back play, the offensive line play. And if you look at SWAC champions, those were the teams that had, like I say, and I've said this once, said 1,000 times on every show. You show me the best quarterback in SHAC, I'll show you 9 or 10 times the SWAC champion. And that's been a fact.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Campbell, because I know a lot of people are asking the question about APR, and I know it's a rolling 4-year, cumulative. Mathematically, is it possible, even if you guys have like a perfect score, is it possible for you guys to meet that benchmark?
Well, the benchmark is a 930. So
Right.
we're at an 8. So, and again, the number, well, I think the next roll is the year after Willie started. So, and I think he picked up. So that's what I'm saying. From my understanding, and this is from what I heard and what's been told to me, I don't think we will hit the 930. I think we'll be close to 930, and then we will ask for another waiver, because they do give you a waiver if they see improvement. And you got to understand something. Because everybody got the waiver because of COVID. Everybody did. Okay.
Right.
So everybody got that. And then basically when they did that, the NC, because they, a lot of people, black colleges said the APR wasn't fair. So the NCAA kind of eased us. So I think at worst we'll get, quote unquote, the first, because the first thing you get is a warning. Okay. The 2 is the reduction of scholarships. 3 is the bowl ban. That's how it works. So at worst, we would get another warning, but then we would probably next year cross over to the 930. And again, it's just graduating 50% of the football players. That's what the 930 is. The 1,000% is when you graduate, like you guys have, how you guys are graduating more. And the bad thing about it is our APR is fine other than with the football player, but that has a lot to do with the transition before Willie got there and all that other stuff that was going on. Because we had guys coming, not finishing and all that stuff and everything. So that's really what that is. So I think when the next one comes out, I'm pretty sure we'll be like in 915, 920. And then if you graduate 80% of the guys the following year, then it'll push it right to 930.
And see, that's the thing with the APR system in general. To me, it's always been stacked against HBCUs, because there are kind of provisions within APR to where, let's say, if a student athlete gets drafted, that does not negatively affect the APR. The whole premise of it is just the matriculation of that student towards a degree. So it's not necessarily the student actually transferring. We got to make sure that student is matriculating at that next institution towards a degree.
Correct.
And for whatever reason, something's missing, because it's not just FAMU. There's other HBCUs that have been kind of struggling, and there's been postseason bans, reduction in practice time and scholarships. So it's kind of weird, man. Like I don't know, man. It's sad.
And just I just wanted to. This is the second song that Braxton has. He's gonna do his second song.
Go on, Braxton. I hope it's just a little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. That's what FAMU need right now. But go ahead.
Go ahead, baby.
But all my life I have been thankful.
Right.
All my life I have been so good. In every place I have taken, I will stay of the goodness of God.
Amen. Well, Mr. Campbell wants you to sing this little light of mine. You want to wait to do that later?
Now.
You want to do that now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
This little light of mine, I will let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
Amen.
The doors of the church open. Fam, you open up your hearts and open up those wallets. Let that light shine on Willie's pocketbooks, so we can keep our coach.
Hey, Mr. Campbell, I wanted to piggyback off something you said, and it's something I said earlier, and I'm glad you came in and said the same thing. There's no way, no MAC, no Sunbelt, no Conference USA should be better than our schools. There's no way we can catch up. We were catching up with them now. Do I believe there's some at a power play at hand? Yes, but we have to look. Something EA said in the chat. They're our children. They're our youth. So it's our fault. So I always ask. I'm a firm believer in looking in the mirror, self-reflect. What are we teaching at home where our kids are so comfortable going sitting on white folks' beds? What are we teaching our children at home where they are comfortable, where they're okay? Because I play for Alabama, and them people in the stands calling the black folks for Texas the N-word. Why are we comfortable still at this school? Why those black players at Illinois State still playing on that team after that white coach got up and took up for the white fan that called a player from Norfolk State the N-word? So what are we teaching? And then that's what I ask people all the time. What are we teaching? Because I go down this road all the time, and I'm down this road because people like to make like HBCUs, what I call PBIs, is the problem in the community. No, your education starts at home. What are we teaching our youth at home? Why do our children think it's okay? And if Willie take that job, I'm telling you, when people see our youth see something like that, something that's supposed to be great and black, and you would give up your head coaching job to go be a running back coach
under a sorry head coach like Manny Diaz?
Yeah, especially. But it don't make it, you giving up your head position. You are willing to give up a position of power to be a minion. What is that telling our youth that's at FAMU? What is that telling what is that telling them? The coach that left Valley State, he should have been fired anyway. I don't know why they were still keeping him. He left. He just got a promotion to running back coach out there in the mountains of Serbia, Colorado, right? But he was the head. We are willing to give up power. It's like black people, some of our people, we don't want power. And we don't understand what power is. And the little power we have in this country is our community. And if we stand strong, our schools. But we are willing to give that up. Then we are willing to turn around and say, we support these people that's going there because they're black. We support these coaches who just willing to turn their back on you. Like, I could see if you've been there or whatever, but you got 3 years and I could see if you getting your head coaching position. That would bother me because I don't think Willie gonna leave and do what Dion did. I don't think Willie gonna leave and lie and make like FAMU stealing for him and try to dump on the HBCU culture. I don't see him doing that. But to leave your position of power to go be a running back coach, I could see if he was being a head coach, then I could be like, you know what? I wanted Willie to stay. But he did what he felt was best. But ain't no way nobody can tell me I'm the head coach. Ain't no way nobody can tell me going to be the running back coach is what I think is best. So, but whatever happens, it happens. It irks me, it bothers me, but I'm going to say again, if we truly, truly, truly want to make our communities better, our neighborhoods, because we ain't got no communities, we just got somewhere where we lay down and go to sleep. We let everybody come and take our money. If we want our neighborhoods better and our schools better, our colleges, because they're an extension of the neighborhood, it's a microcosm of one another. Eventually, we're going to have to look in the mirror and say, what are we willing to sacrifice? Some stuff going to have to be sacrificed. And I ain't saying nobody got to live dirt poor. That's not what I'm saying. But some of their trinkets, and I'm going to use this word, some of their trinkets, like facilities, going to have to be sacrificed. And somebody going to have to start teaching the youth at home. Just because they got 40 racks, Jackson State and FAMU got 16 or 20 racks. The racks don't make you better. All you got to do, you got to use them racks. You can have all that. Colorado had all that. What they won 2 games, what they won 4 games this year, and they had all the hype. You can go on and on and on with all these schools. They got all these facilities, all the trinkets, and they are not doing anything. So it's what we gonna have to start doing. The stand we willing to stand, we ready to take, the sacrifice we willing to make, and the education. And I ain't talking about in the school, the education at home. When we talk about history, when you said they understand history better than us. So, but when we teach this history, we got to teach our kids the true history. Even when we talk about their trinkets, how did they get it? Who did they get it off the back of? Now, everything they're getting right now, they're getting it off the back of us for free. And we ain't going to out money these people because they got 500-year head start. But we got something they want. That's us. So now it's time for us to
So
understand
let
that
me
we
ask you this:
need to take care of each other.
What's the difference between you being used by a black man and being used by a white man?
Or I don't know, because we ain't talking about being used by. I know somebody was gonna bring up somebody black. I don't know.
No.
So
What
explain.
I'm saying is the systems that exist operate the same way, whether the institution is predominantly white or predominantly black, bro. So it's the same situation in the same circumstance for the kid.
It's not the same situation. What I was talking about.
Hold up, bro. What I'm saying is,
but that's not the same situation
like
I was talking about.
No, you acting like there's
but that's not the same. But that's not what I was. That's not what I was talking about, though.
Bro, you act like there's a different universe that black coaches and black students have to exist in, and that's not true. They both exist in the same system. And when you talk about levels in achievement, right? Each player, each coach wants to compete and at the highest level. And at the highest level, those schools
why they level higher?
But
why is the level higher?
Because they've taken.
Why they level higher?
Okay, can I? Because
I'm just asking the question. Why is the level higher? Why they level higher?
Can I answer the question, bro?
Yeah, answer. Why they level higher? Because I know it's gonna be some culinarian going on. But go ahead.
Because they prioritize athletics, right? And they understand that in order to recruit the great black athlete in a competitive environment, they have to have the amenities that is desired by the great black athlete. That's what.
Okay, how did they get through a minute?
Hey, how did they get
through a minute? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 1 second. Wait a minute. 1 second. Because see, people like to come in and I have this conversation all the time. Because back to Mr. Campbell, when you say you don't understand history, Mr. Campbell, they understand it. But you got people like this guy, I don't know his name. They like to leave out history. How did they get those amenities? Why don't we teach our youth what has happened to us in this country and how those people are able to get everything that they got? See, I don't leave that history out. If you're going to tell the story, tell the whole story. Don't tell 5% of it. Don't tell 10% of it, and then say the highest level. They got to the highest level.
How does that help a
right
6'3", 230-pound kid get into the NFL?
You just told me let you finish.
Get to the NFL, bro.
You just told me let you finish. I let you finish. Now let me finish. So when you got somebody who don't want to tell the whole truth, that means they lie by omitting, right? So then he didn't want to answer the question honestly. They got to the highest level because they're able to come and get black children who will have a parent and tell them it's okay to go sit their bench. It's okay to be called the N-word. It's okay to go through all of that because they got a little bit more than you. But maybe if we stuck together and did what we supposed to do, we could have all that. But we got people so happy to say, let them have our best. It's okay. And when you mention the NFL, it's amazing how when black folks will get spit on for going to Alabama, it's amazing how all these HBCUs had people in the NFL. Them people understand business. They don't care what school you go to. They'll come get you good enough. It's business. But then when it comes here, then it's a little bit more than business. So then it's about culture. Then it's about the people that's been oppressed, suppressed, depressed, compressed, any kind of pressure you can think of in this damn system. Since we're going to talk about the system and it's all the same, but ain't nobody been under the pressure that we've been under. But we think when you leave and go somewhere else, sit next door to them, sit right next to them, the pressure is gone. I wonder how them black players at Texas felt when they left that field, when all them white folks at Alabama, nigga, go back to the projects where you belong. And then you got black folks on that field at Alabama talking about, they talking to them. They ain't talking to me because they got people like you that will tell them you playing at the highest level. It ain't just a sport, just walk.
On 6:15.
Hey, Rocky, well, let me answer it this way.
Speak for a second.
But hold on, wait, just hold on for a second. Yes, hold on for a second. I'm gonna give you a better analogy. You're saying, well, the guy can go because of the better facilities and the higher level. Well, this is why Brother Bakar is about the systematic. This is the reason why they won't fund Jackson State correctly. This is the reason why FAMU is owed $1.9 billion. Because if all things are then equal, then your argument goes out the window. Because see, if Jackson State gets the dorms like they're supposed to get and funded like they're supposed to get, if Jackson State got the stadium that they were supposed to get, that black people pay tax money for, then guess what? When I go on a recruiting trip, then I don't have to worry about saying that Jackson State doesn't have this or Jackson State doesn't have that because you funded me correctly. I don't have to worry about if you come on a FAMU recruiting trip. I don't have to say FAMU doesn't have this and have this compared to Florida State. So that's the whole thing. It starts at the very beginning. So they choke you at the beginning so you don't get to the end. So then they make the argument that you make is that, oh, well, you know what? Our facilities are better. It's the higher level. The higher level is the players that make the level. So if all those players that went to Mississippi State and Ole Miss came to Jackson State, all those players that Florida State and Florida came to FAMU, the Jackson State FAMU game will be on CBS at 3:30 because that will be the higher level. So do not be fooled about how the level got there. The level got there by cheat and deceit. Because no, I cannot allow Jackson State to be on the just even with Ole Miss. Because if they're even, then we leaving. The same thing with FAMU. If we even, then we leaving. Because if I bring somebody on the plaza at 12 noon and they're going to see a professor, they're going to see a successful graduate, and they're going to see them goddamn J sets, they ain't going to never go to Ole Miss. I know for a fact. Same thing. If you go, wait a minute, hold on. If you go to the set at FAMU and you see SBI graduates that's making $100,000 that's coming back, giving out money, and you see those girls that coming around there that can be your future wife, you ain't going over there across the tracks to Florida State. So don't come to me when they're saying, well, why should I come? Because you're already cheating me at the very beginning. So I'm going to say this again. You give me the money that you owe me, we ain't going to never have this argument because we will beat them anytime, any place, wherever you want to meet at because we're already doing it. So I just want to let you know, this is not something that is where we like that. You give Jackson State, they $1 billion. You give FAMU our $2 billion. This won't even be a conversation because if you came on my campus, then you won't say what you just said. Well, the facilities, this looks better. I get to the answer because we were putting them, because I'm going to tell you this, the greatest players from the state of Mississippi came from the HBCUs. Point blank, period. So how did that happen?
No, the point I was making, Mr. Campbell, is in today's time, I understand the historical context of how PWIs, have the facilities and the amenities and the power and influence and the political clout and understand. I understand all that, right? But what I'm saying is when you're a football coach, and I'm not talking about a black man or a black player or anything like that. When you are a football coach, a professional in your industry, right? You don't enter that industry in most cases to save your people or to right or wrong that happened 400 years ago. You do it to enrich your family, improve the lives of the people that you love and care about. That's what I'm saying. And when you have that as your most immediate goal, right? What ends up happening, Mr. Campbell? You end up making choices that better serve you and your family and may not serve the group. That's all I'm saying.
But Roger, what I'm saying, but wait a minute, but if okay, hold on, okay, because you just making it black and white about money. If FAMU had our $1.9 billion, do you think we'd be worrying about what Willie was making at Duke?
No,
because we would have the money.
Not.
So you can't say one from the other because it all ties in hand to hand. So again, yes, if Willie, listen, I know Willie. If Willie goes with him for his family, that's for him. But the point of it is that they choke us so they won't even have the option to stay. That is the point. If they would fund us correctly, then this would not be an issue. If they would fund Jackson State correctly, then Deion wouldn't have to say, well, I got to go to Colorado and make $4 million, because he would make $4 million just being at Jackson State. Because the TV contract would be there, because those players would be our players that they would be showing on CBS, on ESPN. So see, you can't run from one and not say the other. And that's what I think the frustration when I hear this and I know the game. So yeah, Willie got to go to Duke because, hey, it's best for you said what's best for a family. Well, I'm going to tell you what's best for his family too. If FAMU pays him and he's down there where his actual family is from Quincy, Florida. That's actually probably because I bet you Willie. No, hold on. I bet you if you ask Willie and you say if you got $500,000 for FAM or $500,000 for Duke, which would you choose? What do you think he say?
There's no doubt, and that's
okay. You're proving our point. You're proving our point.
Well, but no, I wasn't making the point that there was some inferiority that existed amongst our people and our institution. What I was simply saying that as a professional and an athlete, when you want to compete at the highest level, that's where the talent is, and that's where the challenges are. That's all I was saying.
One thing. I'm because wait, one more thing. Because, but okay, Rocky. Let's go back to my first point. Okay, you got the Power 5. It's only at best, okay, 8 schools every year that can even play for a national championship, right? At best. So the rest of those guys are just playing football, all right? So I'm going to go back. So again, instead of you going to Coastal Carolina, Central Michigan, Northwest Michigan, Northern Arizona, something Arizona, no name Arizona, you'd be better off coming to Jackson State, FAMU, Southern, and Grambling. Because the majority of the NFL is not made from those guys. It's made from them 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round picks, okay? Which we've always produced. So they go and tell the lie and say, you come sit on a bench at Georgia, okay? That is a lie. You sitting at a bench at Georgia is not going to benefit you coming to being an All-American at Jackson State at FAMU and putting up numbers. You're not going to, I've seen it. I got the historical proof. If you become an All-American in the SWAC and dominate the SWAC, you're much better off getting drafted than being the 5th string guy at Georgia. I don't care. I got the numbers to prove that. So that's my thing. They tell you that lie so they can hold you so you never come to us. So you sit on the bench at Georgia, and what these kids are realizing, they wasted their 2 years and they're not even getting a good education. And they're like, well, shit, let me get the hell out of here. Because Kirby Smart lied to them. Well, they could have just went on and came to FAMU or Jackson State from the get-go and played and been a star and been a Jerry Rice, could have been a Steve McNair, could have been a Walter Payton, could have been a Jimmy Smith. So that's my thing when I hear this.
Mr. Campbell, I don't think we have an argument, right? I just think what I'm saying is sometimes when we call out what parents allow our kids to do, what we end up doing, we end up saying it like we're trying to devalue or shun HBCUs. In a lot of cases, that's not what they're doing. As parents, they're just trying to put their kids in the best situation possible based on what they understand, right? Having a daughter that goes to HBCU, I understand what the value of that education even more so now than I ever did before from her having that experience. But it's something that's not what the typical Black family understands, because they have been told and shown and marketed to that these other institutions provide far more opportunities than an HBCU. And that ain't got nothing to do with sports. That's got to do with all the way around. Again, I think you're right in this regard. If you are an average athlete, just an average football player, you shouldn't even consider going to anything other than the HBCU based on the network and the quality education and the investment that the institutions will put into you far beyond football. Like you should even
Can I ask you a question, brother? Can I ask you a question? Why only the average football player? Why not the top football players? Why shouldn't they consider HBCU? I'm just asking.
I mean, they can consider any institution they choose. They are the very elite football players. But I'm saying the average player, right, gains an advantage by going to an HBCU, in my opinion, that is not offered at Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, in my opinion.
I can tell you this though, Rocky. It's Dr. Al. I can tell y'all this. An average football player, I'm gonna be real with you. Average football player ain't gonna go to no HBCU. An average football player gonna try to take their ass to a P5 because they believe in themselves that they are a P5 player until somebody get down to them and tell them and knock them down from their pedestal and say, no, probably need to go to a JUCO before you even step foot on a HBCU campus or FCS campus or a G5 campus. Because P5 ain't gonna be it's not gonna be in your alleyway. Second of all, I'm put like this. I'll put it like this. I agree. And me and Bakar, we always talk about this. They dangle the facilities in front of our face because they know as a young man, as a kid, a teenager that ain't fully grown or they ain't fully developed yet, they dangle it in front of them and say, okay, this is what you're gonna get when you come here. But I'll be honest with you, let Prairie View dangle something in front of a 4-star player. Let them dangle their facilities in front of the 4-star player. And tell them, hey, you can get this, but you can also get a family environment from a great institution like Prairie View A&M University. You know what I'm saying? Oh, if your major is engineering, we are one of the best engineering schools in the nation. Not just in the state, but in the nation. And if that convinces your kid to go to that school, you all in. Plus, if if he good at what he do and playing football, that's even better. That's you got a win-win-win situation because we just gotta take it for what it is. These kids are gonna go where the shiny things is. These kids are gonna go for where the money at. You know what I'm saying? You could talk to a kid blue in the face, but at the end of the day, it's still the kid's decision where they want to sign. Where they want to sign.
But Doc, do you
Unless
expect
you
it?
start,
Wait,
unless you start teaching your children the wrong job.
wait. Okay. Number one, some of these players who are getting promised NILs and money are not actually getting any of the money. That's
Right.
number one. Number two, these players that go and play behind the bench, or they play behind 4 and 5 stars and they don't feel like waiting, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not talented. They're just tired of sitting on the bench. That's what the transfer portal did. It opened up those opportunities. Now,
Right.
some of these kids end up going JUCO for either because of their grades or because they don't have any film to show anybody what they can do. But, and I'll say this just because Dion showed you that what HBCUs do have, that's what you're supposed to be showing these recruits, which he showed you how to catch a 3 and 4 stars eye. He showed you about the culture, the homecoming games, the football games, going out on the plaza. And your facilities, I mean, we can talk about facilities at certain HBCUs, but some of these HBCUs have nice comparable facilities to group of fives and FCS level facilities.
Yeah.
So I
And
think it's about marketing, but I think one of the main crutches is people's parents. The parents play a mitigating factor in their kids choosing to go Power 5. They want to send their kids. They're basically shipping them to the Power 5, saying go over here.
because they feel like if they go to the Power 5, they have a better chance of getting into the league from that Power 5 school. But it Power 5, okay, it's not say Power 5 no more because it's really Power 3 because the ACC ain't worth the crap and the Pac-12 is dead. Uh, so the Power 3, out of the Power 3, what are the schools that you know that's going to have kids drafted out from their school every year? LSU, Alabama, Georgia, you know what I'm saying? Texas, Oklahoma. They go to the Big Ten, Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, Penn State. Those are your main schools that is going to be these. They're going to get these kids from. I don't care. Like my uncle did with my cousin when he was getting ready to look for his school. He was like, bump that Power 5 stuff because we don't believe in Power 5. First of all, is you're going to get your education when you get up out of here. When you get to your school, are you going to get your education? And if you ain't going to get your education, then he told me you can't stay in my house. So he went down to Trinity Valley to get his education. And I was like, sometimes, and I told him sometimes going to a big school ain't really the best thing for you because you never know you get that same type of love and feeling from a HBCU because we treat you like family. And if you don't know, if you want to know more, I like ask your mama. Your mama went to Prairie View. Ask me. I went to that state. I said, damn near half of your family went to a HBCU. You know, like it. You gotta show like this, like what you said. You gotta show these kids what it's all about when they get ready to make their decision. Because at the end of the day, understandably so, yes, you got to put your name on that paper on that NLI that national letter of intent paper, but it's always still going to be their decision or where they want to go school at. Now I done seen now because Mr. Ford, we always talk about this. It's a renaissance at HBCU football. We get all the players that we were supposed to be getting 20, 30 years ago that left us 20, 30 years ago. We're getting them right back now. You know what I'm saying? Slowly but surely, we're getting these players, we getting these kids right back now. And when the time comes, every kid, I think we're gonna have every black kid coming right back home because they're gonna see what we do. They're gonna see what we about. Just like Mr. Campbell, he preached FAMU to death on all of our platforms. You know what I'm saying? He preaches to death. Number one HBCU, number one public HBCU. You know what I'm saying? We gonna treat you like family. Me, Timona, we preach Jackson State on our platform. You gonna get the same type of love that you get. You gonna get the same type of love you get from your house at an HBCU because you ain't gonna get that. I'm excuse my language. You ain't gonna get that shit from PWI. You not. They gonna treat you like a number. Simona, you know the example. You get ready to go to the University of Missouri. I went to Stephen F. Austin. They treated me like a number when I went there. But when I went to Jackson State, they treated me like Mr. Smith. How are you doing? What are you going up? What are you up to? You need to fly straight. I'm gonna call your mama. It's just like that. And if we can't get these kids to understand when you get out on your own, it's a cold world out there, y'all. Cold world. I say, I tell kids, hey, make that decision. Go to a HBCU. You will never regret it. You'll never regret it. And with Willie Simmons taking the job at Duke, that's stupid.
He hasn't. Wait. He hasn't taken the job yet.
He hasn't taken the job yet?
No, he has not. Let's make sure we say allegedly he was offered a running backs position. Allegedly, the Board of Regents still have not finalized Coach McNair's contract. Allegedly.
I don't care if it's allegedly or not. Once they, my thing is you gotta us in the media, we gotta start doing our due diligence and making sure that this stuff is right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you put it out there, make sure it is correct. Cause like I said, you don't want to have no fiasco. But I'm just saying, a lot of people saying that he gone. A lot of folks are saying that he gone. And what I'm saying, why I'm saying that he gone, because some of these players from FAMU is jumping in that portal.
Ooh, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm telling you,
somebody on Twitter said that Mr. Campbell needs to run another special on bundles to help raise more money to keep Willie from leaving.
Listen, you didn't know. No. Hold on, wait a minute, Tamana. I was going to end with that. I was going to tag Willie. I was going to say, hey, for the next month, we're going to give 15% to donate to his salary. So wigs for Willie is definitely in play. So that ain't. Yeah, wigs for Willie. Hey, listen, we'll do our part. Hey, listen, we will wigs for Willie, 15%. We'll go to that $200,000.
You know it had to be Miss Donna. Miss Donna is not playing, man.
Hey, listen, wigs for Willie. Listen, listen. I got wigs ready, and we can and I can hook his wife up because them white folks at Duke ain't gonna give him no hair like I can give her. So I can get his wife an NIL deal right now. I know she wear that short hairstyle, cute, but listen, we got her covered.
She gotta go. She gotta go across the tracks. She gotta go across the tracks to North Carolina Central to get us stuff.
Listen,
Mr. Campbell, do you see the wig coming off?
Hey, listen, and our stuff come out even better than that.
Wigs for Willie. I weave. Do you?
You better try.
Willie.
Yeah, wigs for Willie. I'm trying to tell you. We gonna listen. You know me. I put my money where my mouth is. So it's no doubt about it. I will set that code up right now and donate to him. Because like I said, I know what the coach means. But I'm just going to say this then. I'm gonna let this go. The only thing that my point of it is yes, that you can go to this school and that school. But all I'm saying is, I think Brother Bakari's point was this, is that when we empower our stuff and allow our stuff to be great, then there is no comparison. But what happens is, because people have been programmed, and this is what happens, because this goes back to what my grandma said. She used to tell me that, Steve, back when we were marching, it wasn't a whole bunch of people marching. It was a vocal minority that had to drag the silent majority. So it has never been a bunch of people fighting for our salvation. It's been the people that had the guts to do it. So this always has to happen. It has to be like that. So my thing is, again, we have to fight these powers that be to make sure that they're funding our schools right, because these white people use that, just like what Rocky said, they use it to their advantage. We got the better this, we got the better that. They run the white man's ISIS code. That's their line. Our ICE is better than Jackson State's ICE. Our ICE is better than FAMU's ICE. That's what they do. So again, for my thing is fight these people that do not fund us, get these players on campus, let them see how great our programs are, and then the money comes, because people want to see good football. And when you got better players, you get more money, because people want to see it on TV, people going to be in the stands and things like that. So, you know,
who the head coach?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Campbell?
Wait. Hold on. Let me just get this right quick, right. Because I wanted to piggyback off Doc and what Mr. Campbell just said. Mr. Campbell, I'm gonna tell you something. Somebody put in the chat about the Ayers cage, right? Them my people, actually, them my pops, them my folks. I was born into this lifestyle, right? When you said how everybody would march, I just learned this a couple years ago. My mama family, my mom and dad was married 32 years when my pops died, right? My mama family told, before they got married, had convinced my mama to leave my dad. He probably have respect for a couple, because he out there getting on them white folk nerves. He out there causing problems. He out there causing problems for them for us out there standing up to them white folk. So when you said that touched me, because I still laugh, because I really just found this out. But I still laugh, but you know, it was before they got married, and of course they still got married and had 9 children together, right? But now I'm gonna touch on with Doc, and he was talking about the recruiting. And another thing, we constantly, let me tell you who do the biggest pitching. And I don't know who have children on here, but I've been through this recruiting process. Them high school coaches selling your kid. Y'all ain't got to believe it. You can scream facilities all you want. Go to most of these high schools and ask the coach about an HBCU. My son coach used to brag. He got this many universities. He ain't got to worry he gonna get scholarships. And I give him his props. Almost every player he ever coached got at least a Division II or got whatever you get at Division III, because they ain't do scholarships, but like grants or whatever, right? This guy, and this was a black coach, had not one black college contact. They talking. See, it ain't always the parents, especially with single mothers. A single mother is a high school coach dream. Me, I was a high school coach nightmare. Because you trying to talk my son into this school gonna be better. Because he's trying to get some. So I used to, now y'all got to call me. He don't make no decision for my son. See, and that's what's happening. And we are thinking, yeah, you know, it's gonna be better over there. It's not better. We make it better. And once again, back to what Mr. Campbell said and what we said earlier. I ain't even talk about the SECs and the Big 12. Not right now. That's the future. But there's no way the Sun Belt, Conference USA or MAC should be better than the SWAC or MEAC, and we shouldn't have to settle for the average players. And I'm not saying an average player can't grow to be good. They can come too. But HBCU shouldn't have to settle for what a white school say ain't good enough for them. Because we done did that. That's why HBCU football fell off. They were recruiting players just to sit them on the bench. Because we've been told it's better. They'll rather sit on the bench 3 years, 4 years than go to Jackson State, FAMU, NC Central, Grambling, Howard, and go play. They would rather go over there and just sit on it. I sit on the bench over here. It's nice over here. Look over there. Look at these facilities. And we still going through it in the 21st century. On that, I hear the mic, and I'm probably ready to get out here because I got to get up in about 3 or 4 hours.
Hey, Mr. Campbell, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Hey, so because me and you talked about a similar move like this, during the Celebration Bowl. I mean, during the SWAC championship weekend, and I kind of agree with you that any type of move like this, right, is not in Willie's best interest. That's what I got out of it, right? But in your opinion, does the championship coach, the best coach in HBCU football, takes a running back position? In my opinion, that does more damage to the HBCU brand than anything Dion ever said or did when he took the job in Colorado. Do you agree with that?
Well, here's the thing. See, now we're talking about real people that I know. And the reason why I'm not going to comment like that, because I'm not going to dictate what's going on with that man, his family, and what he's got going on. So I won't say what's this. What I will say is this, that I think him being a coach always will benefit him in the long run. Like I said, but he'll make more money in the short run. So again, I'm not going to disrespect Coach Simmons like that to say what's best for him. I don't know what's best for him. I know what I want. I want him to stay at FAMU because I think he can do great things at FAMU. But like I said, I know Coach Simmons. As you know, I know Coach Simmons. I've known him I've known Coach Simmons since he was 19 years old. So my point of it is that I respect any decision that he makes, but I would hope that, because this ain't on Coach Simmons. This is on FAMU. So I'm going to put it on FAMU. FAMU has a coach that is worth the money. So we need to raise the money so he can feel comfortable. So that's on FAMU. That ain't on Coach Simmons. So that's on us.
And I'll even say this, if I can, is that some people in that circle saw this coming. Like at championship weekend, they saw this coming. I don't know if or if it was, you saw it coming from a standpoint of, of his success would put him in high demand in certain circles of coaching, or it's just what he was due based on what his accomplishments were. Why hasn't the administration prepared for it or put a contingency plan together to address that?
Well, okay, so let me answer that. Okay, so I think people have to understand it's way contracts, and this is at all levels. Okay, a school can't just move at a drop of a dime. A lot of times when you see these contracts negotiated, it has a lot to do. It's the school, because the school can only offer so much based off what the state. This is even at Alabama. That money that Nick Saban made is not coming from the University of Alabama. That comes from that foundation that supplements that. Okay, so it's the same thing here. Yeah, exactly. So what would have to happen is, if Willie is topped out because of the state of Florida, say he can only make X, then that comes back to what my point of the 220 club, the boosters, regular people like me that love the program, that come in to augment what he makes. Jackson State is doing the exact same thing. Jackson State University is not paying TC Taylor all that money. The boosters stepped up and whatever else, like Timona saying they're giving him percentages and stuff like that. So that's not unusual for football coaches. I want to be very clear on that. That is not unusual. So my point of it is, yes, we saw it coming, but for us to turn on a drop of a dime, we don't have like Texas A&M money. Well, you can get 5 or 6 boosters and say, you know what, let's just write, each one of y'all write a check for $250,000, and then we already got $2 million right there. So this is going to be a collective effort. It's going to take people, hey, I can give 1,000. This guy can give 500. This person's going to be able to give 100 and all that. And then get that together. I'm not saying it can't be done because it's been done before, but that's what it's going to take. So my thing is, that's the reason why I don't think, and like I said, I don't know this. This is the reason why I think Coach Simmons didn't just cold cut and say, I'm out. I think he is potentially going to give FAMU, say, hey, I got this offer. What can you guys do? And I think that FAMU people are going to say, hey, you know what, Coach? We want you to be here. We know you're valuable, and this is what you're worth. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, because I think anybody in business is going to do that too. Because who doesn't want to raise? So I'm not stupid. Who doesn't want to raise? And especially if you're good at your job. So I have to also understand the other part of being in what we are, so we live in a capitalistic society. So people want to make money. So I'm not going to sit back there and tell the coach not to make money just to be for the love of FAMU. I'm not going to do that, because I ain't stupid. So for the love of FAMU folks need to pay that man. Point blank, period.
So
we need to pay him.
So, I mean, and this just a comment, I guess the people watching can probably say this. So should there be a drastic change in the economics of HBCU football to address these kind of situations when we have coaches, you know, as successful as Willie Simmons?
Well, I think first of all, you're not going to have this is again. You don't have a bunch of coaches just special like this, so it's like a one-off. So again, we ain't got like 9 coaches in the SWAC that deserve raises, right? We don't. We got like 2.5 good coaches in the SWAC. That's really what we got, 2.5, to be honest with you, that you can see that these guys can win a championship and stuff like that. So you got Willie, you got GC, he's building it, and Eddie Robinson, the rest of these guys, you know what I'm saying? They leave a lot to be desired and stuff. So my point of it is when you got these one-offs, it doesn't require, because Willie's not asking for $1 million. He's not. So the alumni base, we got 80, 90,000 alumni. We got a big alumni base. So like I say, raise the money and pay that man. Pay that man. So like I say, if that's like I say, and you know, again, if he's a running back coach, that's something he want to do. But if we can match the money, I think he will stay at FAMU. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know that. That's just my personal opinion.
I think he'll stay. If you raise the money and if it's looking good and it's right, I think he will stay. If you know, because you got to really think about it. This is straight up economics. It's all.
Oh, I'll be unblocking a whole bunch of FAMU folks tomorrow.
You know what? You know what? We can't go to the school of petty like you, ma'am.
What?
You from the school of pettiness.
They trolled us for.
Yeah. They trolled us.
That's all her boyfriends. That's all it is. Just her boyfriends that like her for FAMU. She's just going to unblock them so she can get her Valentine's Day presents from them. That's all. Don't let Timona fool y'all. That's all that is. Them boys going to send her gifts. That's it.
I just think it's a challenge for each school to deal with, especially when you talk about position coach salaries. And you've addressed it many times, Mr. Campbell. What position coaches get made at the Power 5 level? In order for HBCU coaches to head coaches, they have to have some competing. They have to have some interest beyond money to stay at those jobs. You know what I mean? And I thought Willie was one of those situations where, first off, he was brilliant, and as a running back coach, his skills will be highly underutilized, in my opinion. But
well, here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this, and again, this is Steve Campbell talk. Manny Diaz is a horrible coach. I remember when Manny Diaz was at Texas, and they fired him. I remember he was at Miami, and they fired him. Willie Simmons is going to be a smarter coach than Manny Diaz. So Willie Simmons is going to be a running back coach, and whoever the offensive coordinator. You going to tell me Willie's not going to be just as capable of running that offense, the offensive coordinator? See, that's the thing that for me, and again, and I want to keep saying this because I don't want no family people to say, "Oh, Steve talking shit about what." No, I'm not I'm talking about my prospect. I think Willie Simmons is a great coach. So no, I think he has more to offer than to be a running backs coach. This is my opinion. Because I think he's better than Manny Diaz. Manny Diaz has a track record. Willie has a track record. Go look whose track record is better. Point blank, period.
And to be honest with you, had Willie been Willie Diaz, he probably would be the head coach of Duke right now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Willie Simmons ain't never had a losing season at Prairie View or at FAMU.
Bro,
man has been above 500 ever since he became a head coach.
It's not even close. It's not even close to talent. It's not even close.
That man got a 700 winning. He got a 700% winning record.
Manny Diaz is a classic example of white privilege, even though he's Hispanic. Because I've never seen a dude fail as much as he has, and he keeps failing up. He keeps failing up. Because if that would have been any black coach that had the record that he has had at all these major schools, he wouldn't. And what does he do? He falls right into another job, making a couple of $1 million. See, this is the thing that aggravates me. So Willie has to work his ass off and be great to a level where then he can only be this at this stage. So not to say, hey, Willie, you come be my offensive coordinator. Because Diaz has had this job since the 9th. So why couldn't he call Willie and say, hey, man, why don't you be my offensive coordinator? He could have did that, right?
Good have.
So exactly. So that's my thing. And again, this is me talking. So that's what bothers me is that Manny Diaz, he knows how great a coach Willie is. He should have said, Willie, the first call, after Willie won that SWAC, hey, man, I'm going to let you do the Celebration Bowl, but I want you to come on and be my offensive coordinator. because I can clearly tell that you know how to run offenses. Then okay, fine. And then Willie jumps and then does whatever, if that's what his goal is and stuff. But for this right here, we have to work too hard to get too less. That's my thing right there. So for Coach Simmons to be a great as coach as he is and has recruited, gone through things, and still maintains a consistency, because you show me a coach that can have 3 different quarterbacks and win 9 games, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Exactly.
Hell, for that matter, Florida State should hire him as running backs coach before I let Duke hire him. I keep him in Tallahassee. Shit. Truth be told.
So that's the crazy thing about it. So, you know, when you sit back and you see the level of his coaching and what he has done, and you know, so that's, man, listen, again, I'm gonna say this again, this is on FAMU people. So like I said, we always talking about we brag different, so brag with your pocketbooks. Forget all that talk. Put your money up. Bottom line, point blank, period. Because at least I would rather for us to say, hey, well, at least we offered him the money, he didn't take it, than us not to do nothing. All them people got them fancy, all them people got them fancy jobs and all them titles behind their names and stuff like that. Hey man, listen, get your coins together. Point blank, period. So that's it.
But you know, in some instances, Mr. Campbell, I knew some of y'all knew that after this season, if the season that he had this year, that he might dip out.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't think anybody was like, so I think what everybody is like, okay, let's run it back and then run it back, see what it looks like. Looks like we're gonna be loaded again. Let's see if we can run it back, win a championship. You know what? And Willie rise off to the sunset is fine. I think what people are, and like, I don't even, because like Willie's not going to go out like other people went out. He's going to go out respectful, so everybody be cool with that. I think what people don't want for Willie, and this is their selfishness, they don't want Willie like he's getting sold short, right? And stuff like that, because he's such a great coach. They feel that he should be more than that. But again, it's not my definition of saying that, because if he thinks that's best for him, then I'm going to respect what he thinks was best for him, because I'm not him. You know, and I think that's where we make a mistake, that we get on these, you know, channels and tweets and start telling people what's best for them when we ain't them, you know? So I'm going to respect the fact that he knows what's best for FAMU. But I know this, FAMU people know how great Willie and what's best for FAMU. So if Willie's best for FAMU, then pay the money. Give him the money. Show him that he's the best for FAMU. So then he ain't got to worry about, well, Duke offered me $500,000. So FAMU offered me $500,000. So that's just point blank, period.
Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow. It's the year of the what, baby?
Rattler.
There you go. Exactly. So Timona, I need you to do a drop tomorrow. Say Wigs for Willies. Use the checkout code Wigs for Willies. You know that we're trying to keep our HBCU coaches. So you can go ahead and make that video tomorrow.
Oh, Lord.
Gotta put on some eyelashes and curl the hair.
Bang, listen. Lord. Get the nephews hot and bothered. Let's get it.
Great. Hey, I'll be on live tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Y'all check it out. We're gonna talk about this some more because I'm at work, so I really was supposed to take a week hiatus to clear my brain up. But you know, we're gonna talk about this more because this kind of you know, this kind of surprised me right here. Fred McNair situation. The board of Regents is they ain't got no damn, they ain't got no thought process with who they want as a head coach. Man, give this man the head coach job, let him do what he got to do. If y'all want to win, put Fred in. But now we'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. I don't know if you're gonna be up, T, but if you are, come join me. I'm doing it before I roll into work. So I've been at work all week. So
thank you, Timona. I will, if I hear anything, I will definitely text you and let you know. Y'all have a good night.
We will see you guys tomorrow. Wigs for Willies, special edition. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow. It looks like we'll be covering Coach Fred McNair and Coach Willie Simmons tomorrow. Thank you. Go ahead and hit the like button on your way out. You guys have a great night.